Good morning, dear colleagues, and allow me to welcome you at the third and final day of our conference, Translation, Interpreting and Culture, Rehumanizing Translation Interpreting Studies. We have a beautiful day here in Banska Bystrica, and it's a pity we cannot meet in person, yet we are trying to make the best use of technologies available and broadcast this conference to you wherever you are. We have dedicated the final day of conference to the topic of interpreting from different angles and different perspectives, and we will also in the individual panels discuss didactics, teaching and training of translators and interpreters. So do follow the individual sections that will start after the first keynote speech. And now allow me to pass to our keynote guest, the keynote speaker of the final and last day, Professor Nadia Grbić. Good morning, Professor. And allow me to introduce you for those who might not know you, if there are some. Professor Nadia Grbić studied Slavic languages, and later she obtained her PhD in social linguistics. She is a recognized and well-known expert on community interpreting with a special emphasis on sign language interpreting. She has developed a first full university training course on sign language interpreters in Austria. She has also thoroughly mapped the history of Austrian sign language. She has been involved in multiple research projects and scholarships, and she has been focusing her research on professional and non-professional interpreting, on interpreting studies, scientometrics, and a special emphasis on community interpreting and sign language interpreting. So I'm very glad that we have someone of your caliber here with us to share your insight on the issue. And we will be listening to your keynote speech called The Rigid, the Fuzzy, and the Flexible, the perceptions of the interpreter not only in the digital age. So, Professor, without any further ado, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I do not see my slides at the moment. Okay, here they are. Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to have been invited to open this third day of the conference, even only via video conference. And unfortunately, I have a cold, but I think this will work online very good. Many interesting insights into the rehumanization of our disciplines have already been presented in the last days. I've seen or heard very interesting papers, very thought-provoking papers. Nevertheless, I hope to be able to give you some additional food for thought. I would like to start with a personal anecdote. Some years ago, a student asked me if I would supervise her master's thesis. She was already working as a community interpreter and wanted to look more closely at the relationships between the various agents. When I asked her about what had triggered her interest in this topic, she told me about an emotional experience she had had. She had been in a doctor's waiting room with her client and the client's child. The little boy had a toy car which he was racing along the floor. After a while, the boy walked up to the student and gave her the car, inviting her to play with him. The story could continue in two different ways. Version 1. The student chose not to acknowledge the boy, yet she did not feel comfortable about it. Her professional self told her she was acting correctly. Her human self, however, made her feel guilty for ignoring the child. Version 2. The student responded, picked up the car and played with the boy for a while. However, she didn't feel comfortable about it. Her human self told her she was acting appropriately, yet her professional self made her feel bad for having violated the code of conduct. This story shows us that drawing a sharp demarcation line between being human and being an interpreter can lead to a dilemma and, regardless of our decision, to feelings of guilt. This dilemma ultimately derives from a rigid conception of interpreting and could also be seen as a type of dehumanization. I do not remember how the student eventually reacted to the boy's advances. The conflict, however, has remained in my memory to this day. In my presentation, I will first briefly address the concept of dehumanization before presenting a typology of different forms of dehumanization. Based on these types, I will try to describe how different agents have been contributing to dehumanizing interpreting. I will then discuss the question of how interpreting studies can respond. I will do so by drawing on a typology of mindsets developed by the sociologist Aviatar Zerubbabel. Zerubbabel distinguished between the rigid, the fuzzy, and the flexible mind. These categories will be used to develop an alternative epistemology. We do not only live in a time of post-humanism, but also in a time when translational activities are becoming more and more diversified, and so challenge customary conceptions of interpreting and, of course, also of translation as fixed, bounded, and generalizable. Let us first look at the concept of dehumanization. There are various approaches to theorize dehumanizing. These are often based on ontological contrasts between humans and animals, between humans and machines, but also between humans and gods, spirits, or demons. Dehumanization is also often discussed in connection with certain qualities that are portrayed as typically human. These include, among others, secondary emotions, mental properties such as agency and experience, competence, and warmth. Another form is the judgment of people in terms of their moral, social, intellectual, or cultural value. And finally, we judge people with regard to the properties of their social relations. Dehumanization occurs when we assign various degrees of human characteristics to people, depicting some as less human or less valuable, and therefore treat them with less respect. Consider, for example, women, disabled people, homeless people, or refugees. We know there were and still are cruel forms of dehumanization, from slavery to genocide. But there are also more banal or subtle forms of the kind we are addressing at this conference. As already mentioned, there is not a single systematic theory defining the concept of dehumanization. For my contribution, I find the recent typology by Ismail Alamoudi very fruitful, which describes 3 dehumanization aspects. Firstly, dehumanization can refer to the oppression or denial of human flourishing. This means that in environments that suppress the development of specifically human capacities, we cannot be fully human. Such capacities are, for example, instrumental, moral, and aesthetic thinking, but also our ability to feel and express emotions and to act out of affection and solidarity. Secondly, the expression can refer to the dehumanization of subalterns, who are denied characteristic human qualities. They are conceived, depicted, and treated as less human and are thus denied certain human rights, such as equal dignity, for example. Thirdly, the term can refer to dehumanized processes. This means that human activities are replaced by automated processes which function differently from human reflexivity and sense-making. As a result, humans are increasingly replaced by intelligent machines and controlled by information systems. All three aspects of dehumanization, which may also overlap, can also be found in the field of interpreting, with different agents contributing to it. It is not only society that cannot come to terms with the complexity of translation and interpreting. Interpreters and their professional associations, and I would claim interpreting studies itself, as well as other disciplines, have been making human agency in interpreting and translation, of course, less visible. The following examples from the past and the present illustrate the processes that are involved. The first aspect, oppression or denial of human flourishing, can be said to be represented by my initial example of the student in the waiting room. Here are also a few more examples, all probably not unfamiliar to you. The first example concerns those consecutive interpreters who achieved fame before the advent of the simultaneous technique and to whom Ruth Rowland devoted an entire chapter in her book Interpreters as Diplomats under the title of Outstanding Interpreters. One of them was André Kaminka. He had an incredible memory and claimed to be able to interpret speeches of an hour's duration accurately and without having to take notes. Miriam Schlesinger described such accounts as self-congratulatory references to an impossible job well done, and Jesus by Gorichalon labels it rather curtly Deweisen. In a paper on interpreting quality I published in 2008, I referred to this quality construct as quality as excellence. This is an elitist understanding of quality that is possessed by a select few, but it cannot normally be acquired. What does this have to do with dehumanization? The elevation of interpreters to genius status lifts them from the realm of humans and raises them to the level of gods or other superhuman creatures. This conception is rooted in a culture that does not accept the limitation of humans. As humans are regarded as being too weak and fragile, they need to be transcended. A view that was first broached by Friedrich Nietzsche in the 19th century. Dehumanization can thus also be a disavowal through the elevation of the genius. In the field of simultaneous conference interpreting, too, we find examples of self-representations that have shaped the figure of the interpreter. A survey by Claudia Angelelli in 2004 showed that conference interpreters were convinced that they were neutral and invisible. Such norms of neutrality are integral to many codes of ethics. Claire Donovan, conference interpreter and director of the Interpreting Masters program at ESIT, in a paper on ethics in the teaching of conference interpreting, complains that interpreters with practical experience usually present such norms in class, but rarely discuss them critically. Thus, an idealized image of conference interpreters is conveyed, implying, quote, a certain abstraction or surpassing of self. This idealized image has, according to Donovan, been further strengthened by research that for a long time focused on cognitive processes which have often been presented, quote, as occurring in a seamless way without interference from the interpreter's personal beliefs or identity. One of the first to question this view was Ebru Diriker, who in her monograph, The Recontextualizing Conference Interpreting in 2004, demonstrated that conference interpreters seem to remain human beings in the booth, despite what they might say about their work. I quote, "The meta-discursive representation of simultaneous interpreters as professionals who can unproblematically access and transparently transfer the meaning, essential content, or primary information as intended by the original speakers is not fabricated or fake, but reductionist and essentialist, and therefore a myth." But what do such myths achieve? In an inspiring article on conference interpreting, Rebecca Tipton speaks of a decentering of the self in the workplace. By decentering, she means, quote, "a deliberate foregrounding of the professional self and the concealment of the private self." On the one hand, this disembodied presence contributes to the common perception of the conference as unthinking parrots. On the other hand, it imposes a permanent cognitive burden on the interpreter's self-perception. We're coming to a next example. In fact, such representations of the profession have been adopted by community and sign language interpreters in the course of their professionalization projects. I would like to give an example from my research on the evolution of the profession of sign language interpreters in Austria. Interviews and document analysis have shown that at a certain stage of the professionalization process, sign language interpreters tried to emulate spoken language conference interpreters. At the end of the 1990s, as they were in the process of establishing their own association, Austrian sign language interpreters no longer wanted to be perceived as helpers for a group of pitiable disabled people. Rather, they wanted to emphasize the status of professional interpreters, drawing on the model of what Erich Bronsch called the Königsdisziplin or royal discipline of interpreting. Conference interpreters, spoken language conference interpreters were admired for their long tradition, expert organization, superior merits and competence, professional attitude and appearance. Hence, the sign language interpreters not only took inspiration from the conference interpreters' codes and organizational forms, but also tried to imitate their distinguished, aloof and controlled habitus. In order not to jeopardize their own still young profession's reputation, they found it necessary to lace a tight normative corset based on a mechanistic concept of interpreting. One of my interviewees summarized his attitude as follows: "Language conduit. Everything else is none of my business." This position led to severe identification problems similar to those described by Tipton, and ultimately to heavy conflicts with the deaf community. A more recent and more extreme example of dehumanization that keeps human flourishing in bounds is speech-to-text interpreting. Speech-to-text interpreting is mostly done intralingually, and it is used by hard of hearing or deaf people whose primary language is spoken language and not a sign language. Ulf Norberg, Ursula Stachelpaya, and Lisa Titula conducted a comparative study on the situation in Finland, Austria, and Sweden, investigating norms, values, and expectations in this field. They conclude, I quote, "In speech-to-text interpreting, the traditional concept of the interpreter as an invisible vehicle or tool seems to be an enduring tenet that permeates both official documents and STT interpreter self-perceptions, originating in the belief that only complete and accurate transcriptions can give STT interpreter users equal access to communication, equal access to communication, guidelines for STT interpreting still recommend word-for-word renditions." Unquote. Such a view has prompted some training courses to focus on typing speed, while interpreting is not mentioned at all. The courses pretend that machine-like perfection is possible, while the creative capacities of humans, which are necessary for interpreting, are eclipsed. Narrow, mechanistic notions of translation and interpreting are propagated in various fields of practice. For example, when it is posited that categorical distinctions exist between translation and adaptation, as we have heard yesterday too, in the field of literature, between translation and transcreation in business and industry, or between interpreting and mediation in migration contexts. Such a mechanistic understanding of interpreting and translating evokes early industrial views of the worker who, I quote, "moves with the smoothness of a well-oiled and perfected machine." The fatal consequence of such an understanding is that translators and interpreters are denied any ethical and social responsibility for the attribution of meaning and the construction of cultures. Alamudi's second type of dehumanization, the dehumanization of subalterns, is widespread in our societies, and we do, of course, find it in our field too. The first example is taken from a lecture on conference interpreting didactics that I attended at our department in the 1990s. In the lecture, a sentence was uttered which was certainly not relevant for the argumentation, but which irritated us colleagues who were involved in community interpreting research and education. The sentence went roughly as follows. Talented students should study conference interpreting. Those who do not accomplish sufficiently high levels of competence should choose community interpreting. This may have been an offhand remark, yet it shows that academics are not immune to prejudice either. Such statements not only co-construct the perception of a translational field as less valuable, they also perpetuate this image by passing it on to younger generations. Let's come to a next example. Let's stay with community interpreting and move to another discipline, to psychology. I have been researching the migration of the concept of translation in various disciplines for some time now. The term has been extremely popular for years, and it is not surprising that Piotr Blumshinsky published a book entitled Ubiquitous Translation, in which he explores translation concepts in several humanities. what we find is that scholars from other disciplines often aware that translation studies subscribes to a mechanistic model of translation, which use translation or interpreting as linguistic transcoding. Thereby, it has spurned our discipline, while their own seemingly new, broad concept of translation or interpreting is presented as much more convincing. I quote a psychologist who seems to believe she has invented a more complex profession than that of the interpreter. The term language and cultural mediator already distinguishes it from the hitherto common term interpreter. This reflects the insight into the necessity of an understanding that goes beyond the linguistic one. We can find similar statements in connection with the concept of cultural translation. In propagating this term, cultural studies scholars explicitly demarcate themselves from mere word and language transfer, while claiming the broadening of horizons for themselves. Of course, our discipline has also been known to exclude subalterns. As Pekka Kujamäki and I elaborated in a paper, interpreting and translation studies have repeatedly drawn a sharp demarcation line between so-called professional and so-called non-professional translation and interpreting practices. The latter having been perceived as a dangerous practice both for the professional category and the parties involved in interaction, as Rachele Antonini put it. Brian Harris, the pioneer of this area of research, was massively discredited. He had introduced the concept of natural translation as, I quote, translation done by bilinguals in everyday circumstances and without special training for it. And he suggested that we should not only study all translation, but also that research should start with natural translation. 10 years later, Hans Krings still described his proposal as schlichtweg unsinnig, or total nonsense. And Hans Hönig refers to Brian Harris and his colleague Bianca Sherwood as bilingualism researchers, a label that positions him outside translation studies, or at least questions his authority in the field. Alan Moody's last aspect of dehumanization refers to dehumanized processes, that is, the replacement of human activities by automated processes that are presented as more efficient. Our first example takes us into the realm of science fiction. Entrusting translation to machines has always been a popular topos in literature and film. On this slide, you can see two well-known universal interpreters which fulfill the human longing for being able to communicate with everyone, everywhere, and at any time. C-3PO on the left is a humanoid robot from the Star Wars film series intended to assist in etiquette and interpretation, and he is, I quote the text in Wikipedia, he is fluent in over 6 million forms of communication. And the babelfish is a fictional species from Douglas Adams' novel Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It is a small creature that can be inserted into the ear, enabling the wearer to understand all spoken languages. Another example is machine translation in the real and machine interpreting in the real world. Machine translation and interpreting has not only fascinated researchers and developers for decades, it has also received extravagant funding. The Verbmobil project for machine translation of spontaneous speech between German, Japanese, and English ran from 1993 until 2000. In 8 years, the German government poured around 116 million Deutschmarks into the project, and about 53 million Deutschmarks were contributed by industrial partners. A total of 369 full-time researchers and more than 900 research assistants worked on the project. This dimension testifies to the importance of digitalization projects in our societies. But also projects for much smaller target groups, for example, deaf people, receive generous funding. Sign language avatars are computer-animated characters based on systems for the automatic or semi-automatic translation of texts. In Austria, a company has been developing the CIMAX system since 2011. After Austrian government funding, the project received 1.1 million euros from the EU Horizon 2020 research program. The project is described by the developers as a disruptive innovation. The avatars are to be used as translators in a wide range of areas and provide more accessibility for the deaf. In 2019, the Austrian Association of the Deaf and the Austrian Sign Language Interpreter Association published a critical assessment of the increased use of avatars. Are they to be regarded as anti-technology? No. For his master's thesis, a student, Christian Pichler, recently conducted a qualitative study for which he asked deaf people whether avatars are an alternative to human interpreters. The study came to the following conclusions. Deaf people are not as such averse to avatars. However, they have major difficulties understanding the CIMAX avatars and therefore describe the project as a waste of money. Should the quality of the avatars improve so that they are comprehensible, the interviewees still recommend that CIMAX avatars should be used only for brief assignments dealing with non-sensitive information, but not replace human interpreters. Machine translation when interpreting undoubtedly has major advances, allowing texts to be translated that would otherwise never be accessible in another language. However, the promotional discourse of the industry often goes together with a devaluation of human translation and interpreting, which is described as too expensive, too slow, and too perfectionist. Distance interpreting, our next example, has proliferated during the COVID-19 pandemic and will most likely become the standard in certain areas. It will not completely replace human interpreting, but it promotes the dehumanized image of interpreting in society. In distance interpreting, the human component is relegated to the background, as interpreting and interpreters can be switched on and off by just pressing a button. There is no personal interchange in the doctor's waiting room, like in my first example with a student, and no fatigue communication following an assignment. Distance interpreting also makes interpreting seem simple, while it actually is cognitively more complex. I have a student who is writing her dissertation on this topic, and she also made these drawings. Her name is Tiana Jerkovic. Claudio Fontanulli also addresses economic consequences. I quote, "When services become more impersonal and uniform, From the buyer's point of view, they tend to buy the cheapest, initiating a downward spiral of economic decline and ultimately deprofessionalization of the industry. Approaching these different aspects, these three different aspects of dehumanization from an analytical perspective, we recognize that they always imply boundary work. As mentioned at the beginning, dehumanization takes place on the basis of contrasts. We set boundaries between humans and animals, between humans and machines, between humans and superhuman creatures, or humans and humans, by drawing boundaries between putative entities, for example, between animals such as lions and snakes, or between people such as women and men, we form categories. Categorization is a fundamental principle of human thought and action. We need categories for perceiving, understanding, learning, sensing, and communicating. The Genesis creation narrative itself begins with differentiation and thus with categorization. God separates heaven from earth and day from night. I quote, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface on the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, 'Let there be light.' And there was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. He called the light day, and the darkness he called night." Categories are usually invisible. They are learned through social exchange and appear natural to us, although they represent no more than collective ideas about the social, cultural, and moral order. They are contingent, historically variable, and culturally divergent. Nevertheless, they have power because they are often accompanied by palpable consequences. This is what makes them so interesting for social research. Consider, for example, categories like identity or race. Not only is our everyday life characterized by categorization, we also have to form categories as researchers. In doing so, we construct our objects of study, often without being aware of the scope of these boundary drawing processes and the consequences of our category formation. When it comes to rehumanizing our discipline, we should therefore also rethink our categorizations. Aviatar Zerubbabel has dealt extensively with categorization and boundaries in everyday life as well as in academia. He explains categorization as a process of lumping and splitting. By lumping, seemingly homogeneous entities are grouped into categories, whereby splitting separates them from other categories. According to Zerubbabel, there are three ways we can categorize the world: the rigid, the fuzzy, and the flexible mind. The ideal of the rigid mind is a world of discrete entities, separated from each other by wide symbolic gaps. Such categories are perceived as mental islands. Overcoming the gaps between those islands requires great cognitive effort, as shown on the slide. The mental distance between B and C, on the right, is perceived as greater than that between A and B, as we have lumped A and B into one category. Zerubbabel describes the rigid mind as follows, I quote, "The most characteristic of the rigid mind is its unyielding, obsessive commitment to the mutual exclusivity of mental entities. The foremost logical prerequisite of a rigid classification is that the mental item belong to no more than one category. A rigid mind cherishes purity and order. This is convenient because clearly demarcated islands of meanings appear as ideal spheres as they pretend cognitive tranquility. One does not have to think about whether the categories touch or overlap and what, if anything, happens in the process. We can, for example, distinguish between what appears to be insular music genres such as classical, jazz, heavy metal, rhythm and blues, country, and so on. Ambiguities or intermediate entities pose a serious threat to the rigid classification structures. The rigid mind distrusts them, and distrust can lead to tabooing or other forms of avoidance. In this sense, many people are uncomfortable with twilight persons who cannot be assigned to a biological sex. The antithesis of the ideal of the rigid mind is the ideal of the fuzzy mind. The fuzzy mind blurs differences, disregards boundaries, and is fascinated by ambiguity. We all know such states from daydreams or meditation. The fuzzy mind plays an important role in mysticism, but also in art and culture, as the example of Escher's painting on the slide illustrates. The fuzzy mind is used playfully in travesty shows or in the circus when animals dressed like humans ride bicycles. In its striving for equality, the fuzzy mind often has an explicit ethical, moral component. The rejection of social demarcations, for example, gave rise to various social movements. In this sense, the fuzzy mind is often a response to the ossified order propagated by the rigid mind. While the rigid mind propagates a highly structured world of sharply delineated insular entities, the fuzzy mind promotes vague essences and advocates mental twilight zones. Both mindsets have advantages and disadvantages. Neither is good or bad per se. Zerubbabel's flexible mind is conceived as an utopian mindset. It includes the ability to be rigid and fuzzy and combines the mindsets as complementary partners. People who have a flexible mind are aware of structures, but are also prepared to deconstruct them if these should become too tight. For Zerubbabel, the flexible mind has elastic cognitive structures, it is creative, and it is fearless. Zerubbabel also discussed the impact of the three mindsets on research. He draws attention to the pitfalls of an overly rigid sculpting of academic identity. Research should rather try to strike a balance between the Scylla of the rigid and the Charybdis of the fuzzy mind. I quote, "Indeed, it is quite possible to foster an intellectual environment that would allow for both order and creativity, structure and open-mindedness, focus and change." Unquote. How can we, as interpreting but also translation scholars, reconcile the positive characteristics of the rigid and the fuzzy mind and undertake an epistemological reconstitution that counteracts the dehumanization of interpreting and translation? I would like to elaborate that by using the three keywords human character, human creativity, and human complexity. To counter the oppression or denial of human flourishing, we could promote an epistemology which is based on the individual lived experiences, putting a stronger focus on the human character of interpreting. How could this be done? To accomplish this, we should discard the rule of formalistic impersonality. These are the words used by sociologist Max Weber to describe the restricted agency of civil servants who deliver their work under the pressure of duty sine ira et studio. Therefore, we should not only be interested in normativity, conformity, efficiency and control, but also in the unexpected and unconventional, in affectivity and subjectivity, in uncertainty and resistance. Likewise, we should abandon the disease model of human nature, which places perfection at the center and perceives deviations from idealized perfection as mistake, weakness, or vice. This could sharpen our view for marginalized topics such as emotions, empathy, passion, help, understanding, trust, and responsibility. And we would also become more aware of the relationships between people, their negotiations, and mutual, often not unbiased perceptions, as well as their divergent values and motives. We could counter the dehumanization of subalterns by more loudly stressing the creativity of interpreting. This could be accomplished by shifting from either or discourses to as well as discourses. By being open to the plethora of translational phenomena, even if they contradict our ideas, do not fit into our traditional categories, or violate our norms of practice. By emphasizing the creative richness of interpreting activities in the past and present, we also expand our knowledge of the cultural technique of interpreting. For there are still Cinderella subjects that are only sporadically explored. These include hybrid activities, which Tipton and Formanek call fusion interpreting, or practices that challenge the categorical separation of translating and interpreting, such as interpreting in theatre, or the written orality of speech-to-text interpreting, but also interpreting as ideologically motivated action. As regards the dehumanization in the wake of increased digitalization, sorry, I have to connect my computer to electricity. Okay, I continue. As regards the dehumanization in the wake of increased digitalization, we could direct our focus even more on the complex nature of the interpreting processes. Not only the cognitive, but also their social and emotional complexity, on sensibility, understanding, empathy, critical thinking, and responsibility, which machines are not yet able to cope with. Finally, it would also be fruitful to foreground interpreting as an embodied experience. By body, I do not only mean the mere physical body perceived from the outside, or the outer shell in German Körper, but the lived body or the subjective felt body in German Leib. I'm coming to the end of my presentation. I hope I've been able to show that it is possible to rehumanize interpreting studies in various ways. Most of the ideas presented here are not new, as the literature references show, but they have not yet become mainstream in our discipline. Choosing the path of the flexible mind in the free humanization of interpreting is certainly not the simplest option, nor it is straightforward or risk-free. It requires the consideration of different academic perspectives, interdisciplinarity, the sharing of knowledge, cooperative exchange, and certainly also controversial discussions. After all, interpreting is a multifaceted reality in actu. It is nature and culture. It connects body and mind. It is structure and action. And it is always situated in an environment and in a network of social relations. As a symbol of the multitude of interpreting phenomena and the multi-perspectivity of possible ways of looking at interpreting, I will conclude by showing the rainbow panorama by the Icelandic-Danish artist Olafur Eliasson on the roof of the Aarhus Museum in Aarhus. With this work, he wanted to create a space that unsettles and encourages us to think beyond our usual boundaries. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor, for a highly thought-provoking lecture, and I enjoyed every moment of it. It was an interesting journey, taking us to the questioning the very basis of how we think about translation and interpreting studies today. We have spent decades ring-fencing the different genres, the different types of interpreting. We have been busy laying the groundwork first for conference interpreting, later for community interpreting, then for sign language interpreting, truly ring-fencing each arena, specifically devising specialized training programs for each of these fields specifically. My first question to you, before we receive any further questions on Slido, or before my colleagues here will ask you any further questions, is that to what extent do you think the pandemic has contributed to a new look or new vision of translation studies? And I'll as a conference interpreter myself, I will be a bit daring saying that the pandemic has been most brutal on us, on conference interpreters, on the prima donnas and divas of conference interpreting, who, as you have justly said at the beginning, have been a little self-obsessed with the special status of conference interpreters vis-à-vis perhaps the other professions. And the last 18 months have been a lesson in humility for conference interpreters, suddenly truly becoming disembodied voices somewhere on the computer screen. To what extent do you think this will contribute to the rethinking of how interpreting studies should be taught? And to what extent do you think the flexible approach to interpreting studies and the rehumanizing approach to interpreting studies will require the rethinking of training of interpreters?
It's a very good question. It's a very, very hard question too. I can only speculate, of course. I don't know. I think that all interpreters, conference interpreters, community interpreters, sign language interpreters have really, and sign language interpreters are working in all settings. So all of them have undergone a really hard times, and I think all of them have begun to think about what is the human factor in interpreting. I've been talking to a colleague a few days ago on the phone who is a conference interpreter, but also conference interpreter, but also court interpreter, and we both came to the conclusion that during the teaching, online teaching of conference and community interpreting and sign language interpreting, many of the lecturers, trainers, became more conscious. I just was searching for the word conscious. How human interpreting in effect is, because those things were taken for granted. They were not discussed in class. They were just normal and everyday knowledge. And I think that teaching will change in this direction, that all or many conference and community interpreter trainers will more explicitly discuss those various human aspects of interpreting I've also mentioned.
I have to, perhaps put a question also slightly differently vis-a-vis the training programs. You have mentioned yourself a colleague who is also a court interpreter and a conference interpreter, and we have been pre-recording a debate with Jonathan Downey and Raquel Lazaro Gutierrez, which you will have a chance to see in the afternoon, and I very much recommend to everyone to take a look at it. And we have been contemplating about the fact that perhaps the divisions, as you have labeled them, the rigid divisions within the interpreter training, have been artificial all along. We have been pretending that there is this separate vein of conference interpreters, and there is this separate vein of community interpreters. But in reality, on the ground, in many countries, especially with languages of smaller diffusion, of lesser diffusion, with smaller languages, this was not the reality. Many people were doing multiple of these activities at the same time, so you wouldn't be able to find, a pure conference interpreter in many cases, or a pure community interpreter. There were, obviously, but in many areas, and specifically in many languages, this wasn't the case. So to what extent have we been ignoring the reality on the ground by rigidly ring-fencing the different training programs and study fields?
Thank you very much for this question. It's a very, very important question, because I think training, education, interpreter and translator education is so important. Also yesterday, Larry Venuti was talking about how young people who have studied translation are acting as translators differently than as researchers. So they have different they have different opinions then, or they say different things. What I am very, very lucky to work in Graz, because we have at a very early stage introduced community and sign language interpreters. So in our house, sign language interpreters, spoken language interpreters, community court, conference interpreters are educated, and they are in contact, they discuss, they are visiting the same theoretical classes and so on. And this has changed the perception of the other. So they are not anymore the strange other, but they are just colleagues. The status of them is very similar. It is not important if you study Arabic community interpreting, or sign language interpreting, or French and conference interpreting, or other languages. So it really helped to raise the respect. And it is what I really do not understand, and it is still strange to me, that sign language interpreting, for example, is mostly not, or that you cannot study sign language interpreting at normal translation and interpreting departments. And therefore I often hear from sign language interpreters of other countries that sign language interpreting is totally different and much more complex and much more hard than spoken language interpreting. And all those are myths. So if we would talk much more with each other, I think that those myths would rather dissolve or disappear.
We just
I don't
discussed.
know if this was
Yes,
an
yes.
answer to
It
I
was.
was
It was
talking
somehow. Yes, it was somehow clear, and thank you for your answer. We have been just discussing yesterday with Jan Pedersen here in the room on how the Stockholm University managed to integrate a sign language program, and we were just talking that 3 years are not enough. A normal BA program is just not long enough to train sign language interpreters, especially in the cases of those student applicants who come with no language of the sign language. And we have a question from Slido, and thank you, Maya de Witt, for the question. So thank you for your interesting presentation. What are your thoughts on the combined training of signed and spoken language conference interpreters?
Maya, oh, that's very nice that Maya is here. Thank you very much, Maya, for your question. I think that combined training is really a very, very good and important option. I do not think that students have always to be in the same class, but I think they have to be in the same classes and to work together. For example, we in our department have in conference interpreting, we have so-called mock conferences. Our educators, lecturers are organizing in these mock conferences, also spoken and sign language interpreters students can attend. And we are just starting to work on our new curriculum and in interpreting and translation. And in the next curriculum, there will be much more classes where students from different language groups will be together in courses, also in practical conference and community interpreting courses.
Thank you. We have Professor Ivana Chenkova here with us in the room, and she has a question for you as well.
Yes, Nadia, thank you very much for the wonderful and very inspired speech that you had now. I would like to continue the first question of Pavel, who speaks about distance interpretation, and you speak also about this in your lecture, distance interpretation and the content model and dehumanization process. In the recent book, 100 Years of Conference Interpreting, a Legacy, in some of the chapters, they speak about alienation, not dehumanization, but alienation. What do you think about it? Is it a good interpretation of this situation in which we are now, or after the COVID lockdown and online teaching? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much for this question. It's also a very important question, and it's a very important concept. But I think it's kind of different concept. Alienation happened, and I talked, not an interpreter myself. I've talked to many of our teachers and to sign language interpreters and spoken language interpreters, and alienation was, and also to a PhD student. Alienation is a very important concept because for practice and teaching. When I think of community interpreting, for example, there is alienation between the subjects who are interacting, because you don't feel the other person in the room, you don't smell anything, you cannot touch a person, you cannot see the small facial expressions, and therefore it is, of course, alienation. And our interpreter trainers, spoken, sign, community, and conference interpreter trainers also, when said, because we met on a regular basis at the end of this 100% online teaching, they also wrote a kind of manifesto and sent it to the dean and the rector of the university. And one of the concepts they mentioned there is alienation. Alienation appeared because there was no there were no interpersonal feelings between the trainers or lecturers and the students, and also among the students, interpersonal exchange didn't work. So I think alienation is a very important concept in this with regard to distance interpreting.
Thank you very much. I have another question specifically discussing sign language interpreting. Here in Slovakia, over the last 18 months, as I mentioned, the last 18 months have been a lesson in humility for conference interpreters. But on the other hand, we have seen, at least in our country, and I think the same goes for Czech Republic, an incredible rise in attention paid to sign language interpreting. The public media have really made sign language interpreting visible, given the urgency and the necessity of press conferences and different government announcements. The sign language interpreters became highly visible, and actually the level of attention paid to sign language interpreters was quite unprecedented in Slovakia. Would you say that this is a trend that could be followed also in some other countries, that given the specific situation in the pandemic, we have now become more aware of the profession of sign language interpreters, and we have also we are more willing to recognize the human value of sign language interpreters, especially following these last 18 months?
Thank you very much. This is very interesting that in the COVID pandemic, sign language interpreters became more visible. I think it is always the case when they appear in media, they become more visible. And in Austria, it was different. It started a long time ago when sign language interpreters started to be present in the TV news. And it became something like first but it's also there are also dangers when it develops too quickly, because in Austria, for example, there has been then very often sign language interpreting in cases when sign language interpreting was not needed. I called it show interpreting. All politicians and industry and so on called sign language interpreters, but there was no need to interpret all that. It was just to say, "Oh, I'm so nice to the poor deaf people," and yeah. So it is important to be visible, but it is also important to think about how visible and in what kind of situation I would like to be visible. But I think the most important thing is not to draw too sharp demarcation lines between interpreters, because all interpreters are doing the same thing. For different settings, you have to have different competencies, of course, but it is important to talk. The most important thing is, I think, to talk to each other.
And indeed, we have a reply from Maya on Slido, thanking you for your answer vis-a-vis the question on mixed or combined training programs. And she's saying that combined training would help to increase knowledge in how to work together in mixed teams, signed and spoken interpreters and conferences. So that's a very, very valuable idea, perhaps, to consider. And one last final question before we'll have a coffee break is that, and this is also a short announcement or a short prequel to the roundtable we will be having in the afternoon with Professor Ivana Čenková, Ildiko Horváth, yourself, and Professor Markéta Števková here in the afternoon hours. Perhaps if you could highlight the areas of research that might be apparent for the field of sign language interpreting, stemming from the from the processes that you have outlined in your speech. We have seen quite an unprecedented change in paradigm in terms of how interpreting is performed, done, and implemented over the last 18 months. So, where would you highlight the areas of focus of research for the upcoming years in not only sign language interpreting, but perhaps community interpreting? But even these terms might be obsolete given the discussion we just had about the rigidity of these terms and ring fencing of the individual professions.
Yes, phew. I think it is very important to look at we can do so many things. I think it's really hard to say what is the most important. I think there are not any topics or methods which are most important, but I think it is important to include topics that have been lesser researched, or that have been regarded as not important, that had a low status. We do not have to like things that we research. I do not have to like something that I'm looking at, or I don't have to like the things I'm describing or thinking about. So we should also research things that we do not like. I think that is important. So because we have to open our sight for so many different and not yet and under-researched topics and aspects of interpreting. That is one thing. And now I do not find the English word for it. That's just my meta. I will paraphrase it. I think also that it's important that we as researchers, translation and interpreting scholars, go out go out of our thinking rooms and universities and talk to the people outside. We should give more interviews in newspapers and journals. We should discuss things. We should do more. We should give them more information about what is interesting about translation and interpreting, because still, and because also yesterday in various discussions and keynotes, people have talked about the problem that translation interpreting is, that the folk concept of translation and interpreting is such a simple one. It's just language translation, which can be done by machines, and it's only about equivalence and replacing something. And if we appear more often on the screen or in discussions on the newspapers, then I think also society will have another perception of what translators and interpreters are doing. I think this is also a very important thing. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much for this final and compelling thought that indeed rehumanizing translation studies might also mean the need to give specific faces to the profession of translators and interpreters as seen in the public, in the media, and in the public discourse. So thank you very much. We will talk more in the roundtable discussion in the afternoon. And I'd like to thank everyone for attending, and I wish you very pleasant 15 minutes of break, and then do follow us in the individual sessions that will start at 10. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, dear friends, dear colleague. I am very happy to open this session, Current Issues in Interpreting Studies. It's a small section. Normally, we have to have 3 speeches or 3 participants. But the first one, colleague Miroslava Melicharčíková, in the last moment announced that she's very ill. We are very sorry for that, but we understand that in this situation it's quite difficult to contact us also via online possibilities. Miroslava Melicharčíková had prepared very interesting, I suppose, speeches about consecutive and or simultaneous interpreting, an empirical study. And I would like to say that all this session will be empirical. 2 of the presentations will have about training, and the third one will be from the reality, from the real world of interpreting, but it will be also an interpreting study. As I said, colleague Melicharčíková cannot attend this discussion, but if I can very shortly summarize her presentation about training students on consecutive and seeing if the progress in consecutive interpreting will influence their adaptability or the using of simultaneous interpreting, the result are that yes. So it is a real good proof that we have already start in our teaching interpreting program with consecutive interpreting, and only after consecutive add also the training and teaching of simultaneous interpreting. So it is just a short information, and I hope that you will be able to read more in the future about this empirical study, because it was also a part of a big project. And now I would like to introduce our colleague from the University of Szeged, Maria Bhakti. And she will speak, I suppose, in English about the shifts of grammatical cohesion and in consecutive interpreted target language text. It will be also an empirical studies with students from English to Hungarian, and she will speak about this experiment. So, Maria, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me okay. Okay, so I would like to thank you for the introduction, and I would like to thank the organizers for being part of this wonderful conference. I was there in Nitra in 2018, and I enjoyed that conference very much, and I enjoyed this conference too, although it would be, of course, much better to be there with you in person. So what I'm going to speak about is shifts of grammatical cohesion in consecutively interpreted target language texts. And basically here you can see the outline. First I'm going to speak about key concepts, then the method and material I gathered, and then results from 3 viewpoints. The proportion of cohesive devices or cohesive ties that were transferred or kept from the source text, cohesive ties per 100 words of target text, and comparison with students' spontaneous speech, and then there will be a summary. So as an introduction, a couple of words about cohesion, which is seen as a basic aspect of text organization, and it can be achieved through the use of cohesive ties or relations that can be established either by grammatical or by lexical means. And these lexical and grammatical features explicitly signal relationships between text parts. And most of the research comes from English. So most of the research related to cohesion comes from English, but then there are, of course, several approaches. Here you can say Holiday and Hassan's classification of cohesive devices from 1976, whereas Bogrand and Dressler have a broader understanding of cohesion, which is one of their 7 standards of textuality. And most studies on cohesion refer to written texts, whereas Bogrand and Dressler are the first to say that intonation can also be seen as a subsidiary cohesive system in spoken text, because that's what gives the text its audible contours. That's where you know where a sentence, or rather a unit, finishes and the next one starts. And a revised model that I used is based on Holiday and Mathiasen's work, and then is used in Károly Kristina's work on cohesion, where two types or two means of cohesive ties are differentiated: grammatical means, such as reference, conjunction, substitution, and ellipsis, and lexical means, and these are lexical cohesion, synonymy, hyponymy, repetition, and collocation. So, as I have mentioned, cohesion and studies on cohesion concern mostly English, and of course concern written texts. But I guess many of you have been listening to interpretations these past 2-3 days, and those of you who listen to interpreted target texts have already felt that texts somehow hang together differently after being interpreted. And that was the feeling of Miriam Schlesinger as well, who did the first research on cohesion and shifts of cohesion in simultaneous interpreting. And she followed Bloom-Kuka's work on shifts of cohesion and the explicitation hypothesis. And that was a quote from her. And Schlesinger differentiated between, or she wrote down 3 constraints. One was the time constraint in simultaneous interpreting. The second one, linearity constraint, meaning that interpreters work based on unfinished input. And the third one, the unshared knowledge constraint, that is, interpreters might not be as familiar with the theme, the domain, as the speakers. So according to Schlesinger, these constraints influence the recognition and rendering of cohesive ties by simultaneous interpreters, and these constraints result in mode-specific shifts. And in her results, Schlesinger found shifts across all of the 6 categories of cohesive markers that were identified by Holiday and Hassan. She found no consistent pattern in reference shifts. She found ellipsis was replaced with lexical cohesion. She found a tendency towards omissions in conjunctions. Causal and additive conjunctions were retained, but other types were omitted together with items that were thought not essential, or low frequency items, or sentence final elements. So this is what she found. However, we have to stress that the nature and distribution of these shifts also depend on the languages concerned and the register of the source text. And here are some research carried out with different language pairs: English, Hebrew, Japanese, and English, Polish. And now I would like to very briefly speak about English to Hungarian, the English to Hungarian language pair. Many researchers have found it very challenging to look at and examine cohesion, because in Hungary, especially for reference, it's very difficult to see how much of the original reference ties is retained or transferred or omitted, because we have in Hungarian 0 pronouns, and personal and possessive pronouns are very often expressed with suffixes. And Heltai and Juhász found that in translation from English into Hungarian, personal pronouns changed to zero pronouns, and the English to Hungarian direction favors implicitation instead of explicitation. So that has an effect on reference and also lexical cohesion. And Claudia and Caro have found that there are differences between novice and expert translators when using lexical cohesive ties. And as for English to Hungarian interpreting, I would just like to refer to two studies that I carried out earlier on the use of cohesive devices or cohesive ties. In the first one, I looked at shifts of cohesion in simultaneous interpreting and translation. Basically, our students were invited to translate and interpret simultaneously the same text, the same source text, and more cohesive devices were added by simultaneous interpreters than by translators. So if you look at cohesive ties per 100 words of the target text, simultaneous interpreters added more cohesive ties. And in another study, I looked at cohesion, grammatical cohesion in consecutively interpreted and sight translated texts, and more cohesive devices were kept from the source text in sight translation, but more cohesive devices were used in the target language in the consecutively interpreted texts. And now let me move on to this particular study that I would like the results of which I would like to share with you. What I looked at was consecutively interpreted target language texts, and these were recorded at the end of the second, third, and fourth year of a master's program in interpreting. And my questions were, what would be the proportion of cohesive devices or cohesive ties kept or omitted from the source text, and whether this would change, this proportion would change as students progress in their training. What would be the number of cohesive ties per 100 words in the target text? In other words, how much students would add during translation, and whether this would change as students progress in their training. And also there was a comparison, or there is a comparison with the cohesive ties used in the Hungarian spontaneous speech of the students. And my presuppositions were that in consecutive interpreting, there's no time constraint and no linearity constraint. And because the topics of the source text were familiar to the students, I expect there was no constraint related to unshared knowledge. And my presuppositions based on earlier studies in the field were that students will omit more conjunctions than ties related to reference, and they will fill elliptical structures. And I suppose that students will omit less of these ties as they progress in their training. And I also suppose that there would be stronger cohesive ties in the target text than in the source text. So target text will have more cohesive ties than the source text, and there will be more cohesive ties in the text as students progress in their training. And interpreted target texts will have more cohesive ties than the spontaneous speech of the students. And I have already touched upon the methodology, but just a couple of words about that. It was a longitudinal study with not too many participants, and you will see that. And in the course of the study, recordings were made of consecutive interpreting and sight translation of students at the end of the second, third, and fourth semesters of their MA program in translation and interpreting. And also recordings of the students' spontaneous speech were made at the end of the second semester. For consecutive interpreting, they had comparable source language texts on education in the USA and the UK. Recordings were made in a language lab, and then the target texts were transcribed and analyzed using the taxonomy of Károly Krisztina. And here you can see reference markers for personal, demonstrative, and comparative reference, ellipsis, and conjunction. And here you can see a table of the source language texts. Like I said, these were comparable texts about different institutions of higher education in the USA and the UK. And basically, the aim of these presentations was to popularize these institutions of higher education for prospective students. And the participants, what I'm going to look at now is the results of 4 students, 3 female and 1 male. And it's the number of participants on the one hand is very small. Secondly, it's not gender balanced because participation was voluntary in this investigation and was restricted to students who chose the interpreting stream in the training. So at the end of the first year of their MA, they can choose between translation and interpreting, and only few students choose interpreting. Another important factor is that for all of these students, English is their C language, and most of the studies focused on English, participants with English as a B language, and I was curious to see what happens if we work with students whose English is a C language. So let me move on to the results. What I looked at first was the proportion of cohesive devices transferred or kept from the source text. And you can see first the percentage of cohesive ties kept from the original. The first column is the name of the students, and then a proportion of cohesive ties kept from the original after the recording made after the second, third, and fourth semester. And basically, even though the sample size is very small, but not even though the sample size is very small, and there is no consistent pattern in reference shifts that we can observe. As for the elliptical structures, there were a few elliptical structures in the original, and in the translations, in the interpretations in the target texts, the parts with the elliptical structures were either omitted or elliptical structures were filled, replaced with lexical cohesion. So again, no consistent pattern there. And what we can see in conjunction, the use of conjunction in a proportion of cohesive ties kept from the source text is again a tendency towards omissions in the case of some students. And then if we look at cohesive ties per 100 words of the target text, so basically what happened in the target text, then what we can see is that for reference, so in the first second line, in a brownish shade, you can see cohesive ties per 100 words of the source text, and you can see that in the case of translations or in the case of the target text, in every case there were more cohesive ties per 100 words of text related to reference. So in the second, third, and fourth semesters, you can see that there were more cohesive ties related to reference in the target text. And these were mostly related to demonstratives such as this and that. These were quite frequently used. As concerns elliptical constructions, basically there I could find no consistent pattern, whereas in the case of conjunctions, we can see that all in. So if we compare the number of conjunctions per 100 words of the target text, these always exceed the number of conjunctions in the original. So even though there was a tendency to omit conjunctions, they also very liberally added conjunctions to their target language texts. And finally, a comparison with their spontaneous speech production. So basically, very often consecutive interpreting can be seen as a form of spontaneous speech, because the constraints described by Schlesinger for simultaneous interpreting are not really there in consecutive. Interpreters work based on a finished input. There is some time constraint, but obviously it's not as strong as in simultaneous, and they were familiar with the topic of higher education. So basically, I think that that meant that it would be quite, so the two modes of speaking are quite similar. Obviously, in the case of consecutive interpreting, they worked based on a source text. And here you can see in the second column figures for spontaneous speech. And again, what I did was I calculated the occurrence of cohesive ties for 100 words of text for spontaneous speech, and then for the second, third, and fourth semester target texts. And what we can see for referential ties is that there were more cohesive ties in the consecutively interpreted target texts than in their spontaneous speech production. As concerns elliptical structures, what we can see is there were, in most cases, fewer elliptical ties per 100 words of text in the consecutively interpreted target texts. And as concerns conjunctions, if you look at spontaneous speech and compare it with the consecutively interpreted target text, we can see that there are less conjunctions in the consecutively interpreted texts than in the spontaneous texts of the students. So what would all this tell us? What can we see in summary? First, the proportion of cohesive ties transferred from the source text show no clear tendencies. We can see there were more reference and conjunction ties for 100 words of target text than in the source language text, and fewer elliptic structures in the target text. No detectable change as students progress in their training. And if compared with spontaneous speech, there were more referential ties in the target text than in spontaneous speech, and less elliptical ties and less conjunctions. And basically, what we can see is that these results to some extent reflect the active analysis and restructuring of the source text during consecutive interpreting, in a sense that thinking processes are reflected in the use of reference and connectives. They add a lot of these cohesive ties when they interpret, when they render the target text in consecutive interpreting. And also, interpreted text can also be seen as a form of spontaneous speech with lots of unfinished sentences, repairs, and restarts. And that's why, and this is taking me to the limitations of this research. It's very difficult to analyze these texts because in the target text, it's very difficult to signal sentence or phrase boundaries, and also during interpreting, you break up longer units into shorter units, and also in consecutive. That's also some more difficult because students actively analyze and restructure the source text, unlike during simultaneous interpreting. And I have already referred to the limitations of this research. It's a small sample, but that's what I have to live with, because these were the students who volunteered and who attended the interpreting stream of our training. And the method of analysis I presented is not ideal for such a small sample size. I'm working on a qualitative analysis as well, and also results can be compared with the explicitation shifts in the target text, and also a comparison with other working modes. So the site translated texts of the students still wait to be analyzed. And this brings me to the end of my presentation. I'd like to thank you for your attention. Ďakujem.
Ďakujem, Maria. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much for your presentation, Maria. It was very, very interesting. And I suppose that we will have many questions in the room, but also via online Slido. Can I ask the first question eventually? First of all, I would like to thank you very much that there was a theoretical part, very interesting, very useful, especially for the students, for example, preparing their diploma thesis and doing also some experiment in this sense. And I appreciate also your case study because I suppose that we can say that it was a small case study. At the end, you wrote that other working mode can also be examined. Do you think to do it also with simultaneous now? Because I very appreciate that you have done it in consecutive, because you show us some different experiment, but it was mostly done in simultaneous, if I'm right. Schlesinger and other between
Yes,
English
yes, all of these
Hebrew,
were for
between English
simultaneous.
and Japanese and English and Polish.
Polish.
So you will try to do the same, for example, the same speeches in simultaneous to look if the number of cohesion device or ties will be different or the same?
Thank you very much for your question. That's the plan. However, in Hungary, master's programs are structured in a way that students don't do simultaneous. They can do that, or they do that only in postgraduate courses of interpreting. So first they have to do their master's, and then they can continue their studies in a postgraduate course where they do simultaneous. And that is so to do something like simultaneous. We did the site translation bit, but I haven't yet analyzed the data set. So at our university, we hope to start a postgraduate program where we teach simultaneous interpreting as well in February. So hopefully, with that group of students, we can do the same text and see what happens to cohesive devices.
Thank you very much for your answer. Do we have some questions in the room? Yes, Martin, please. Martin Dovčat.
Thank you very much. And Professor Ildiko Horvat has just arrived, so I would just like to let you know. She's one of our panelists. And Maria, I would like to thank you for your presentation. I like listening to your research. I like reading your research. I think that you've been very concise in your work. However, I do have one question. I mean, as Ivana mentioned, small sample size, we would call it a case study, I guess. And I was thinking whether we could expand that. Maybe what results would you expect if the sample's been bigger? And the second question I'd like to ask is, what about comparing online? I know that's a bit modern now, but I believe that is quite important. Whether you think those results would be different in on-site and online interpreting and teaching interpreting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin, for your question, and greetings to Ildiko. Yes, it is a case study, and that's what I sort of prepare it to be, or to publish it as case studies, longitudinal case studies. Actually, I don't really expect major differences with a bigger sample. Obviously, here there were some cases where there were no no detectable tendencies. There maybe a bigger sample would yield sort of clear tendencies. But what I think what I think would not change is the comparison with the spontaneous speech of the interpreter. So I think that would remain the same. So the proportion of cohesive ties in the spontaneous speech and in consecutively interpreted target texts. And as concerns on the online mode, online teaching and online interpreting, I don't think that would change the results, because maybe there would be more hesitations in online, or I don't know, problems related to technology, and you have to wait and some interpreters might be a bit more nervous because of the online mode, or maybe at the beginning they were more nervous because of possible technical glitches. But as concerns speech production, as concerns active analysis of the source text and then restructuring it, I don't think that would be different in an online setting. So that, based on my own experience and on basically the processes, the thinking processes, active analysis, and then the rendering or speech production, target text production, I don't think it will be different in an online setting.
Thank you very much for the answer. Perhaps one, not question, but perhaps one last comment. It will be very interesting to do a replication between other language combinations, because all the studies that you mentioned are every time done with between English and some language, Hebrew, Japanese, Polish, and now Hungarian. But I think that if you do it in other language combination, perhaps the result of the number of cohesion devices would be different. Do you think to do it with your colleagues at the university between other language combinations, use the same text and speak in, I don't know, Spanish, French, German, and then interpret it consecutive into Hungarian.
Thank you very much for this this comment. Actually, we haven't yet thought about it, but that would be an interesting line of investigation, especially if you have source languages, as you mentioned, other than English, or source languages with a richer morphology. I guess it would be even more interesting to try Slovak into Hungarian if we can find interpreters for that, because with English, like I said, has different tools for achieving reference than Hungarian, so that is a major problem. So maybe we could try and see what happens with other language combinations. So that would be an avenue of future investigation. Thank you.
So once more, thank you very much, Maria, and I hope that you will be with us and listening the second presentation done by Jaroslav Stahl. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we will wait the connection with Jaroslav Stahl from Bratislava, from Comenius University. Jaroslav, can we hear you? And can we see your presentation, please? I will just...
Počujete ma?
Áno,
Počujete ma teraz?
počujeme vás, v poriadku.
Dobre, ďakujem veľce. Thank you very much. I just don't see my presentation, but now I see it. Okay, thank you very much. Fine. So thank you very much for being able to present here at this valuable conference. I was here 3 years ago, but not online. So at least I have this chance to present this very empirical study. Good morning, Mrs. Professor Chenikova. Good morning, all chairing participants. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the impact of interpreter absence, this is a very practical topic. It's certainly not so complex and not that scientifically based as the previous lecture, the previous presentation. It's really based on empirical data, based on an inquiry. But this is I think a very topical issue. When more and more interpreters are often fewer used in various settings, by various clients, by various partners in various circumstances and occasions and assignments. Next slide, maybe. I don't know. Okay. So as I said, this research is quite limited to a certain area and to a certain geographical area, maybe not geographical, but a certain area of interpreting market. But first we have to transfer ourselves to the client. And before, if you imagine the local market I researched into, but at any market, you first have to ask the question: when do you need an interpreter? Of course, this is no subject of interpreting market. Is there any problem? First, we have to transfer ourselves. Is there any problem understanding me or?
S echem, s ozvěnou, asi si vypněte nějaký mikrofon.
Of course, this is no subject of scientific definition, and translation studies, they deal with other things. They define what is interpreting, studying text corpora, psychology, participants, what goes on in the head of an interpreter, and so on. But if you're a client and even organizer, you need to know something about the participants and the partners. And the first question is whether I need really the interpreter, an interpreter or not. Yes, and this is decisive for us. That means for the interpreter, for the market. Next slide. These are the classical questions. Organizers of events have their problems when hiring interpreters. As I said, do we really need them? So the organizer has to know the participants or guests. They may understand, but they often overestimate their language level, and they have no active proficiency. Mainly in case of technical negotiations and so on, they often overestimate themselves. But it's not confined to specific fields, and still it may result into misunderstandings and quite a lot of problems. But once there is no interpreter, of course, the event organizer has to ask himself a question: what language to choose? Of course, yes. And these are this is one of the fundamental questions. The language of guests may be if the guests come from a country which is the language of which is more widely spoken, or shall he choose a language which is foreign to all participants, which is more fair, and everybody can express up to the same level as for his language proficiency, but that may be individual. Next slide. And this is, of course, all these aspects are topical issues for the interpreting market, and the main questions are we placed to each other, to ourselves, or to us within a special inquiry concentrated on a special market segment, where first, how does the absence of an interpreter affect the outcome of meeting? This is a question we have to place, we have to ask. The second, but more important, is what are the most frequent solutions if no interpreter is used? And third, how does it affect the interpreters? That means the actors on the market, yes? And for this purpose, we employed market research in a form of a questionnaire. Next slide, please. And this was in a form of an inquiry into the use of interpretation service in Slovakia and Austria. Although in Slovakia there could have been entities or subjects which could have worked in other working languages, like I don't know, in cooperation with other countries and so on, but that's not so interesting. The research was made in a form of questionnaire using the Survio research tool, which is quite accessible or available on the web. I investigated, I tested, and went through various resources, but I didn't saw any major previous inquiry of that type here. So there may have been some other on other markets, but I don't know about it. Actually, the subjects inquired were possible clients. That means municipalities, that means towns, villages and so on, who may participate in various projects, businesses, companies, but associations, trade unions, whoever. But especially I concentrated into these municipalities and regions which often take part into cross-border cooperation projects where interpreters are being hired for a longer time, for the duration of a project, maybe 3, maybe 5 years, and they some sort become partners and apostrophes. And in this respect, I made 90 requests, and I've received 58 replies in total, but not to all questions. So there were clients who didn't answer, or clients in subjects who didn't answer all the questions. While the whole inquiry was made, or took quite long, from January till August 2021, because it takes a lot of time, and of course you have also some other things to do over that time. So it took quite long, and I had relatively short time to prepare results into the final form. So this is the form of research. And next slide, please. The questions asked were seven questions which were closed-ended. That means you had to answer either by yes or no, or you had the defined answers. How you perform various things. But also additional comments were welcome, and it was really precious that I received also some comments, because depending on this, I also changed some results, or maybe some results were modified a little bit. But as for the inquired subjects, the results were better in Slovakia, and there was a big problem to get answers from Austria. I don't know the reasons anyway, but this is not the subject of the research. Next slide, please. The first question was necessary, and because it was the presumption of the whole research: did you organize an event with foreign partners? Ever organize an event with foreign partners without interpretation? The overall number was 58, so maybe I expected even a fewer number, or even smaller number than 8. But this question was fundamental, was not so important, but still, to get a general picture of the subjects inquired, I had to ask this question. Next slide, please. And if yes, if you really did not invite, did you know he wouldn't be needed? Yes. So still 16 out of 56 said that he wasn't needed. Yes. So still they weren't sure, but still they didn't order. So this procedure is quite strange, because when I'm not sure, then I really order an interpreter, and I don't say no, I don't need any. So because that may result in a disaster anyway. But okay, let's move to the next one. And the third one, which is also a question that was necessary, but I think the answer was more or less clear. Did you manage to hire an interpreter, or didn't you hire or invite the interpreter intentionally? Of course, it was no problem. It is no problem to hire an interpreter. Maybe it is a problem to hire an interpreter for a special field, for a special occasion, but that was more or less clear. But I had to ask this question. The next one, and the next ones are more interesting. What did you do when there was no interpreter? So this is a fundamental question I already indicated earlier. First, the most preferred solution is speaking a third language. This has to do, or this result has to do maybe with the prevalence of Slovak subjects which answered compared to the German ones. That means speaking a third language, they chose to speak, for example, or they chose English as a common communication language, which is perhaps more fair for all participants. Which, I don't know, it made about nearly more than 2/3. Yes, I didn't have the percentages, but it's more than 2/3. On the opposite, the Austrian participants, the number of which I do not indicate because that was not important in our research, chose rather speaking the language of a foreign partner. But well, this also relies to the Slovaks, because the Slovaks rather tended to propose either English or German, because German is a more widely spoken language, of course, and Slovak is a bigger language, and of course Austrians maybe they don't speak so much Slovak as Slovak speaking German. Yes, so for them there's no big it's not a big decision whether to speak German or speak English. Yes, and speaking the other language, that's of course negligible. The two participants. Next slide, please. Have you been satisfied with an event without interpretation? Well, didn't receive any comment, but that may coincide with slide 3, where they decided not to hire, but still weren't sure whether they need it, and there the result may be the dissatisfaction with the event without interpretation, but most of them were satisfied. Yes. Next one. What are the benefits of an absent interpreter? This is also an important question, and as you see, the sum on the whole doesn't make 58 on total, because several answers were possible. Yes, although the questions were close-ended, but several answers are possible. And here we see that money decide. Yes, no additional costs. So money make it, and although quality is important, but the second reason was even not prolonged by interpretation. Yes. That may be disturbing for some people if they are being interpreted. It may be boring when, for example, mainly in partner meetings concerning long-time projects, some partners speak very long, and an interpreter has to interpret it very long. It's normally the turns in which are where the turns are quite short when interpreting consecutively in these project meetings, and so this is a disturbing factor when the whole event and maybe is prolonged by a long consecutive interpretation, and therefore some partners, if they can make themselves understood, really prefer a shorter meeting without an interpreter. No, no other benefits were not mentioned, but I think that money is quite decisive, and the other one is time. But time is money, and vice versa, and so that may have been the decisive factors. Next one. Yes, I got some verbal comments to question 6, which I can translate here. When the interpreter, or only for small meetings, I choose not to call an interpreter. I interpret it myself. Otherwise, I organize everything with the interpreter, and I work with all the partners. Or the interpreter wasn't necessary. All participants communicated in English, but sometimes it may happen that the point is lost. This is also a case which I want to point out later in my comments. And last time we can make ourselves understood, each other understood also without an interpreter. Yes, but I mean, I want to return to this last but one point later. Next one. Comments from Austrian participants. Often we save time and costs when choosing hybrid events, for example, when it's online or interpreters are online. And we choose not to use an interpreter when direct communication is possible, and so on. The organization effort, flexibility is better, and there's additional effort or additional burden organizing an interpreter. And if you have small meetings, they are organized only a few days in advance, and sometimes we don't get an interpreter. So these are only short comments, but which may have influence on some results, and I want to return it to it later, or in quite a few moments. Next slide. So, is interpretation necessary for participants speak a common language, or at least in part? It depends, of course. It depends on the topic complexity, but often there may be problems, and often the interpreter is also makes or is a psychological effect, or presents a psychological effect. I can add my own experience when I had to take part in an interpreting assignment, and the organizer told me the bedtime. So in the afternoon, and told me an afternoon time, and in the morning I learned that I had to be there. And I couldn't be there because I was badly informed the day before. And when I arrived, I don't know, 15 minutes later, after the start of the meeting, there was more or less chaos. So there were small groups forming and discussing. So the interpreter is also a more or less a uniting factor, even to everybody who speaks all the languages. It's really a psychological effect. Please return to the presentation. I don't know, the presentation was lost here. Next one, please. Yes, findings. Well, as for the findings or results, the number of replies is satisfactory, but it cannot be objective. Although it said that if you reach a number of 50, then or 50, I don't know, participants or of a research, then if the number is higher, the results don't change so much. But I'm not sure. Events without interpretation are on the rise, but it's not detrimental, I think, to the hiccups of the interpreters or to the interpreters as such. It depends on circumstances or individual participants. And in events without interpretation, the language spoken, the communication language, there is the rule that the bigger language overrides the smaller one. Yes, the German over Slovak, and English over German, of course, in meetings between, for example, Slovak and Austrian partners. So, and I can say that there's a general satisfaction with no interpretation if it's intended, if it's really chosen, and if all the participants agree, okay, we don't need anybody. But that's only a general feeling, which is a result of this research. It's really not objective. Next one. And so we have the answers, or possible answers to questions. How does the absence of interpreter affect the outcome of the meeting? There's no apparent effect. Yes, that refers to question number 3, intentional hiring. So we can, as interpreters, the interpreters can be satisfied. What are the most frequent solutions if no interpreting is used? That's either lingua franca, English, or which is a common language to all, or German. And how does it affect interpreters? And here we come to the point. The quality is good, but price is better. And this brings me back to question 6, because often it happens that, not often, but always, if there are long-time cooperation projects, first there must be tenders for selecting services, not only catering services, but also interpretation services. And in these tenders, number 1 is price. Yes. Outstanding interpreters, which are used in preliminary talks before the project is launched, are beaten by the low prices of unexperienced interpreters or agencies, and then somebody arrives, the partners do not know, and this is a really topical problem. But this is a thing only the market can resolve, and other rules should be applied in the tenders, in the tenders or tender legislation. Next one. So, if you sum it up, the language skills of clients rise, but it's not detrimental or it doesn't have a bad effect on the interpreters or the jobs of interpreters. That means the market is changing but not shrinking. Yes. But still, we need more data. We need more data, so we see whether we get we will make another research. Hard to say whether we will have time, but as I said, quality is not enough, and that applies to the market, and something should be done. This is about legislation and. There are aspects where not only interpreters have to do something about it. So these are the general results. It was really a very empirical study, not very scientific one, but I hope you heard some new results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Děkujem pěkně. Jaroslav, když dovolíte, budu mluvit česky, protože si myslím, že právě díky vašemu vystoupení je jasné, že tlumočení je potřeba a že by účastníci neměli hovořit třetím jazykem, když ho ne zcela dobře ovládají, což je můj případ, protože angličtina není můj pracovní jazyk a myslím si, že tlumočení do angličtiny funguje.
Allow me to thank you very much, and also allow me to switch to Czech language, because we have just discussed the situation when people are not using the language that they speak the best, and I think that interpreters should lead by example. So that is the reason why I chose Czech instead of English, which is not my main language of work.
A já tímto děkuji kolegovi Pavlovi Švedovi, že tlumočí do angličtiny. Děkuji za zajímavý projekt, který jste tady představil, a já bych se dovolila mít nějaké otázky k těm výsledkům, jestli mohu. Vy jste říkal, že jste měl 7 otázek.
Ano, přesně tak. Slyšíte?
Ano, slyšíme, ale já budu ještě pokračovat tedy ve svých otázkách.
Ano.
Vy jste říkal, že jste ten svůj výzkum dělal mezi lednem a srpnem letošního roku. Já předpokládám, nebo tedy myslím si, že většina podniků nebo těch různých veřejných institucí, sdružení a podobně fungovaly v online režimu. Takže by možná bývalo zajímavé také položit otázku, zda třeba ty jejich setkání nebyly online a jestli třeba přes Zoom, jako to teď děláme my, nebylo možné toho tlumočníka zapojit. Protože jsem viděla, že tam zmiňujete u Rakouska, že některé ty události byly hybridní. Možná by bývalo zajímavé explicitně se zeptat, zda tedy takovýchto hybridních nebo tedy online zasedání bylo v té době vlastně lockdownu nebo koronaviru více. Takže se ptám, jestli třeba jste neměl více komentářů na tuto problematiku.
To sice ne, to jsou všechny komentáře, které jsem dostal, ale je pravda. Možná bych to zařadil ještě do nějakého dalšího průzkumu, ale určitě ano, já sám jsem tlumočil na vícero takovýchhle akcích, kde bylo nutné, které byly hybridní, různé kurzy například, nejenom teda přednášky, ale kurzy, kde pro účastníky, například to byl účastník, to byl kurz průvodců Národním parkem, jo? Takže to byla celá řada přednášek, kterou jsem tlumočil, takže určitě ano.
dodat, že pro účastníky, kteří jsou připojeni online, si mohou zapnout aplikaci tlumočení na Zoomu a slyší tlumočení do angličtiny od kolegyň zde v kabině v sále. Takže tímto děkuji kolegovi Pavlovi Švedovi, že tedy vlastně nemusí. Měla bych ještě další otázku a vychází tak trošku tedy z mé zkušenosti. Jak vidíte, i na obrazovce jsem už trošku starší generace. Jestli jste třeba se nezajímal o to, kdo jsou ti vaši respondenti a jestli třeba ta absence nebo požadavek na nenutnost mít tlumočníka vyplývala třeba i z věkové struktury, protože čím starší, jak si účastníci, tím asi by více preferovali možná toho tlumočníka. Takže bývala bych třeba eventuálně zkusila tu otázku obrátit. Vy jste se ptal, what are the benefits of an absent interpreter. Já bych se třeba spíše zeptala, what are the benefit of the present interpreter, jaké jsou tedy plusy toho, že tlumočník je přítomen. Víme všichni, protože jsme vyučující tlumočení, že neustále vysvětlujeme nejenom tedy klientům, ale studentům, že tlumočník je potřeba a že je to vlastně někdy výhoda pro toho účastníka. Jednak může svést problémy na tlumočníka, říci, bylo to špatně přetlumočeno, tak jsem to nechtěl. Říci, jednak má třeba víc času na to, aby si rozmyslel, co chce odpovědět. Takže vy jste i sám v těch komentářích právě ukazoval, že tam někdo píše, že je výhodné mít tlumočníka, takže by bylo třeba zajímavé do budoucna rozšířit to a zeptat se naopak pozitivně, jaké jsou výhody tlumočníka.
Ja budem pokračovať možno po slovensky, pretože to bude lepšie možno pre tlmočenie, ale teraz mi to nejako väzbí. Normálne sa počujem a toto je momentík, ja si spojím slúchadla. Takže aby som sa k tomu vrátil, je to pravda. Ja som sa snažil aj tak v tom prieskume osloviť tých hráčov na trhu, ktorých poznám z mojej tlmočníckej praxe. To znamená, že sú to často napríklad krajské úrady, ktoré sú partnermi v cezhraničných projektoch. Sú to ľudia vlastne, musím povedať, že ktorých aj osobne poznám, ale ktorým som netlmočil nejakú dobu, ale viem teda, že realizujú cezhraničné projekty alebo bývalí zákazníci, o ktorých viem a ktorí už napríklad nepotrebujú toľko tlmočenie, alebo zákazníci mojich kolegov. Áno, ale čo sa týka tých projektov cezhraničnej spolupráce, tam poznám veľmi veľa ľudí a poznám aj samozrejme ich vek a tak ďalej a všetko sú to ľudia, ktorí majú veľmi dobré jazykové kompetencie, z časti teda sú to Slováci napríklad, ktorí sa vysťahovali do Rakúska a ovládajú nemčinu ako perfektne, aj angličtinu, takže tam to nie je žiaden problém, ale skôr ja som nazval tú moju tému tak preto, lebo som to bral ako niečo zvláštne, teda, že naozaj je to fakt teda, že často ten tlmočník nie je prítomný a čo z toho vyplýva. Ale samozrejme, ale samozrejme, dá sa to aj obrátiť. To je jasné, že ja som na strane tlmočníkov, to je jasné, že tá prítomnosť tlmočníka je určite kľúčová, absolútne. Takže s vami naozaj hlboko súhlasím. Len som to chcel obrátiť, teda, že ak už, tak teda prečo? Takže niečo v tom zmysle. A myslím si, že v rámci tých hráčov, ktorí sú tam oslovil na trhu, vlastne tých aktérov, tak som oslovil väčšinu, ktorú som dokázal. Akože, ano, oveľa viac ich tam nie, ale môžu vždy byť ďalší. Neviem, Burgenland, to je tiež ako napríklad Dolné Rakúsko, aj tam je veľa hráčov, ktorých by som mohol ešte osloviť. Dalo by sa to, vždy sa to dá rozšíriť a skvalitniť. Či už kvantitatívne, alebo aj kvalitatívne, no.
Samozřejmě, děkuji strašně moc. Já naprosto chápu, že jste to zvolili jakožto absence, tedy nepřítomnost tlumočníka, takže to byly jenom moje takové drobné komentáře. Ale už tady mám kolegu Pavla Švedu, který by se také chtěl na něco zeptat.
Zdravím ťa, Jaro. A mám na takú jednu otázku k tvojmu výskumu. Čau. A chcem sa spýtať vlastne na takú tú optiku pohľadu na tých zákazníkov, lebo ty sa pýtaš vlastne klientov, že ako hodnotili podujatia bez tlmočenia, ale vlastne nevieme, aká je ich minulá skúsenosť s tlmočením, lebo je celkom iné, ako sa na tlmočenie pozerá niekto, kto nikdy tlmočníka nepoužíval a vlastne celý čas organizuje podujatia svojpomocne a ako by sa na tlmočníka pozeral niekto, kto už zažil podujatie s dobrým tlmočením a napriek tomu sa napríklad rozhodol si ho v budúcnosti neobjednať. Čiže ako o mnoho zaujímavejšie bolo by poznať vlastne tú logiku uvažovania z pohľadu zákazníkov, či už nejakú skúsenosť s tlmočením mali, alebo nemali. A podľa toho by bolo zaujímavé rozkategorizovať, lebo ak sa rozhodli neobjednávať tlmočenie napriek tomu, že už ho niekedy zažili, tam by boli tie odpovede veľmi validné, lebo vedeli by si urobiť názor na to, že prečo to tlmočenie nechcú, alebo prečo si ho neobjednali. Ale človek, ktorý nikdy to tlmočenie neochutnal, keď tak to poviem, nemôže vlastne vedieť objektívne posúdiť výhody a nevýhody produktu, ktorý nepoužíva.
Rozumiem. A teraz začnem z opačného konca. Poznám prípad jedného nemenovaného pána, veľvyslanca, a to bolo zaujímavé, ktorý mal napríklad zlé skúsenosti s tlmočením a normálne si tlmočil sám. To znamená, že bol na nejakom stretnutí a teraz povedal niečo po slovensky a teraz, že povedal som a tak ďalej, normálne v prvej osobe a povedal to po nemecky. Takže potom zmenil názor teda neskôr s inými tlmočníkmi, ale bohužiaľ toto bola takáto negatívna skúsenosť, že ten naozaj sa stretol s nejakými nekompetentnými tlmočníkmi, ale je pravda teda, že ten trh je naozaj rôzny. No tuto v prípade týchto cezhraničných projektov je to tak, že tam už z hľadiska právneho, alebo neviem, ale z principiálneho, keďže ide o cezhraničný projekt, tam vždy teda sa vychádzalo v základný predpoklad, musí byť tlmočník, pretože ja neviem, tie projekty už bežia naozaj 20 rokov, alebo teda minimálne tých 17 od vstupu Slovenska do Európskej únie, kedy aj Slovensko môže čerpať európske fondy. Takže odvtedy vlastne to začalo mať pre slovenské regióny, obce a tak ďalej zmysel, až po tie najmenšie, kde sú vlastne participujú starostovia, členovia obecných rád, ale aj niektorí experti v mestských častiach, alebo čo, ktorí zase sú jazykovo celkom zdatní, áno. Ale presnú históriu neviem, ale určite tam ten tlmočník jednoducho bol predpísaný a týmto haslo.
Děkujeme za odpověď a tady máme další dotaz od kolegy Martina Ďorčuče, prosím.
Dobrý deň, pán docent, tak aby ste ma videli, tak ja som prišiel dopredu. Ďakujem vám veľmi pekne za otázku. Ja by som sa chcel opýtať, lebo vy ste sa tam pýtali na ten časový faktor, že niektorým z tých klientov prekáža, že im to zabera veľa času, ale predsa pri simultánnom tlmočení to nezabera žiaden čas. Že či ste tam sa pozreli na rozdiel medzi konzekutívnym a simultánnym a v podstate v prípade online tlmočenia na Zoome ten náklad sa radikálne minimalizuje. To znamená, že nemajú tam náklady na dopravu, nemajú náklady na stravu. Takže de facto by to bolo úplne jednoduché, lebo dobre, máme zložité systémy ako Kudo, Kvakva a tak ďalej, drahé, ale Zoom naozaj nie je drahý. Hej? Že či práve sa to nezjednodušilo teraz? To by som sa chcel spýtať. Ďakujem.
Áno, ešte sa ospravedlním teda, že mi nefunguje kamera, čo ma veľmi ruší, teda, že ma nemôžete vidieť. A trošičku to zhoršuje ten celkový dojem. Určite áno, na to som myslel už na začiatku a týkalo sa to napríklad online školení, ale napriek tomu v tej korporátnej oblasti a najmä v oblasti tých cezhraničných projektov tá simultánka, ja neviem, to robí možno nejakých menej ako 10% tých akcií. Napríklad v tej projektovej spolupráci to je všetko konzekutíva. Takže to som trošičku aj vzal do úvahy, že to tam má dosť veľký vplyv. Simultánne tlmočenie sa tam používa napríklad na úvodné podujatie projektu, na záverečné podujatie, kde príde viacero hostí a tak ďalej. Tam sa prezentujú tie hlavné ciele a potom tie hlavné závery projektu a to je veľká akcia, tak, to je pravda. Ale to sú možno z nejakých 50 tlmočení 2 alebo 3 akcie. Takže kvôli tomu som to tam...
Takže děkujeme moc krát. Já myslím, že už žádné další otázky nejsou tady v sále ani z online prostoru, takže pane docente, moc a moc děkujeme za vaši prezentaci, za tento výzkum, který zcela určitě, jak jsem pochopila, a my všichni tady v sále bude pokračovat, takže přejeme hodně štěstí v dalším návazném výzkumu a těšíme se a jestli se nemýlím, tak ve 13 hodin po obědové pauze pokračujeme panelovou diskusí. Takže zatím dobrou chuť a nashledanou.
Děkuji pěkně, paní profesorko, a doufám, že se taky ještě osobně někdy setkáme, poněvadž já jsem se chystal přijít a bohužel, ne, že bohužel tedy, ale bylo mi doporučeno zůstat doma, no, což je ty sice lacinější, ale není nic za osobní kontakt.
Já myslím, že ještě není všem dům konec a že se uvidíme. Takže zatím nashledanou a všem také.
Nashledanou. Paní profesorko, dobrou chuť.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back after the lunch break and a very short delay. So we are here, the four of us, and we are ready to discuss the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and the implications it had on the interpreting profession. But I think that many of the implications we will be discussing are far more reaching than just the interpreter training and interpreter profession. I'm very glad that I have the honor to welcome a highly distinguished panel of guests. Let me start with Professor Nadia Grbić in the middle, connected remotely from Graz, Austria, from the University of Graz. Hello. Those of you who did not make it for the morning keynote speech by Professor Nadia Grbić, I do recommend to check it out on the conference website. It was very intriguing, and we will be alluding to the content of your keynote also during the discussions today. So thank you very much. Then we have Professor Ivana Čenková from the Charles University in Prague. And we have also Ildiko Horvat from the ELTE University in Budapest. I have to emphasize that both of the ladies are in the governing board of the MC-EMCI consortium, and Ildiko is also currently the head of the EMCI consortium. So we have really experts in proper to cover the field of interpreter training. And then on the other side of the table, I have Professor Markéta Števková from the Comenius University in Bratislava, an expert in Dutch studies and an expert in public service interpreting and translation as well. My name is Pavel Šveda. I am from the Comenius University in Bratislava, Slovakia. So we, as outlined in the name of this panel, our ambition is to discuss the implications the recent 18 months had on the profession of interpreters, but not only on the profession itself. We have touched upon this issue in the morning in the keynote speech by Professor Grbić, but we will slightly more focus on the field of research and training of interpreters. So, as perhaps a brief introductory statements, I'd like to ask perhaps Professor Čenková or Ildiko, whoever would like to start first, if you could outline the key lessons learned from the last 18 months in the field of interpreter training. So what we all know what the problems were, how much we have struggled when we were trying to suddenly switch from in-room training into distance training. But there were some very interesting projects that you have experimented with, so perhaps you could share with us some best lessons learned. And I only emphasize that Professor Čenková is going to speak in Czech, so you might want to tune into the interpretation mode on your Zoom channel.
Já tedy moc krát děkuju a děkuji také za tu možnost, že mohu hovořit svojí mateřštinou, protože to je vždycky samozřejmě lepší, než hovořit nějakým třetím jazykem. S Ildiko si to rozdělíme. Já bych se chtěla vrátit ještě více do minulosti, než jenom těch 18 měsíců, které jsme si prožili v covidu a které vlastně můžeme nazvat takovou druhou revolucí v simultánním, zejména simultánním tlumočení, protože jako první takový vrchol je revoluční, je považován norimberský proces, kde simultánní tlumočení bylo skutečně použito. Chtěla bych se vrátit do minulosti a možná, že se mnou budou souhlasit i kolegové, když před takovými 20 nebo ještě možná 10 lety mi napsali uchazeči, kteří chtěli studovat u nás na Filozofické fakultě Univerzity Karlovy na Ústavu translatologie tlumočení, zda je možné to studovat distančně, online, tak moje jasná odpověď byla, nepřipadá v úvahu. Tlumočení se dá učit pouze prezenčně, pouze na místě. A vidíte, několik let uplynulo a my jsme úplně v jiné situaci. Samozřejmě, že jsme netušili, jaká ta situace bude, ale připravovali jsme se na změny. Konkrétně to za chvilku řekne Ildiko. Já bych jenom připomněla, že právě v rámci MC konsorcia European Masters in Conference Interpreting, jehož jsme členy a o kterém tady na začátku hovořil kolega Pavel Šveda, takže v rámci tohoto konsorcia jsme se vždycky snažili předjímat technologické změny a už počátkem 21. století jsme začali dělat různé videokonference, jak bilaterální, tak i trilaterální či multilaterální mezi jednotlivými univerzitami partnerskými a také s evropskými institucemi. Takže tehdy to byl obrovský vlastně krok kupředu videokonference. Byl to první krok k remote interpreting, ale bylo to úplně jiné remote interpreting, než o kterém bude za chvíli hovořit Ildiko. Takže vždycky se Euromasters in Conference Interpreting a celé konsorcium partnerských univerzit snažilo jak si předvídat, jaká bude ta situace. Každoročně pořádáme takové semináře Training of Trainers, kde vytipováváme zajímavá témata, takže právě třeba videokonference, remote interpreting. A poslední Training of Trainers, který se konal prezenčně v únoru roku 2020 v Budapešti, byl věnován právě platformám. Jako kdybychom tušili, že přijde nějaký blesk z čistého nebe. A o tom tedy, what we have done on the training of trainers, I will give the floor to Ildiko.
Thank you very much, Ivana. I haven't been able to follow you, but I understood TOT in February and 2020, and also the EMCI remote interpreting. So I imagine you said that before 10 or 15 years ago, if somebody had asked us remote interpreter training, we would have said no way. And that we were lucky. It was good timing as well, but also because the EMCI is also tries to keep up with new developments and new technologies. New technologies are the new developments in our field today, that we organize the TOT on platforms and remote RSI platforms, or at the time we called them SDTP, simultaneous SIDP, sorry for the interpreters, simultaneous interpreting delivery platforms. And we didn't know anything about that, to tell you the truth, because although the technology had been there, and we knew that the technology had been there, but we weren't really using it, at least not for conference interpreting, for multilingual conference interpreting with several languages, relay, and so on and so on. Basically, I think because of the resistance, again, of the interpreters, but also the participants, because participants like the coffee breaks, they like to meet, they like networking. We did as well. So we knew the technology had been there was the resistance, but we also knew that it was something out on the market, so we had to learn about it so that we can show our students. And then came, really 3 weeks afterwards, lockdown, which we hadn't, of course, foreseen. And we really had to react overnight, really, almost overnight. We had a weekend. And I, as the president of the EMCI consortium, was lucky in a way, because I had been representing 16 universities. And from the first moment on, I wasn't thinking about my university only. I was thinking about the EMCI, and I also knew that it was an emergency, and I also knew that consecutive interpreting could be done via the traditional platforms, even Skype, that we had been using. Everybody was using Skype at that time. But the mock conferences, the multilingual mock conferences, were a problem. So I took my courage together and wrote to some of the, over a weekend, I had a weekend for that, I wrote to some of the platforms, and one of them replied to me during the weekend, and we agreed that we needed help, that we didn't have money at all, and even if we had money, we wouldn't have been able to take it out of the university coffers in overnight. It's not like a private company; it takes weeks, if not months, to get the project done. And they were really nice to have. They said, "Okay, you will have unlimited till the end of September, unlimited use of our platform. We will train you." And the next week, on a Tuesday and a Friday, we had our training sessions. And in the next week, we had our first mock conference within the EMCI. And I must say that at the beginning, because your question is methodological as well, at the beginning we were really concerned with technology. And interpreters already are technology savvy because we'd been using traditional SIM technology, and we had been doing remote interpreting, video remote interpreting. So we knew, but we hadn't been doing cloud interpreting alone in our studies or kitchens or offices at home. So the technology was our first concern. We weren't aware of the fact, frankly, that our Wi-Fi wasn't enough, and so on and so on. Our headphones weren't strong enough, voice quality, and so on and so on. And but we learned it together. And what I would like to stress is, and I hope Ivana agrees before I give the floor back to her, that we were really lucky that we were a community. And we met a lot online, I must tell you. During the spring last year, 2020, the consortium organized a lot of training of trainers for ourselves. We shared experiences concerning the technology, the methodology, also final exams, and so on and so on. So I was really grateful to be part of this community. And some of our meetings I jokingly called group therapy meetings, because really before the final exams, when the technology part was solved in a way, then I saw the final exams coming, and I said, oh my goodness, how are we going to see it? So let's call a meeting. And everybody arrived there nervous, but then we left calm, because we realized that everybody was struggling with the same problems. The floor is yours.
I will continue, thank you very much. Já tedy budu pokračovat, jenom bych chtěla ještě dodat, že stejně asi jako všude jinde jsme toto období chápali jako nějakou mezietapu a věřili jsme a doufali jsme, že se vrátíme k takzvanému normálu, to znamená do tlumočnických kabin v našich univerzitách. Takže jsme to brali jako dočasné období, což asi do budoucna úplně tak přesně nebude. Myslím, že o tom budeme ještě hovořit, že sice všichni se těšíme na prezenční výuku a doufáme, že tedy už vydrží, ale že budeme muset naše studenty také i nadále občas seznamovat se všemi existujícími komerčními platformami, aby až přijdou na trh, aby to sami uměli. Takže zde bude asi kombinace hybridní výuka a také někdy tedy právě třeba i ten přechod na platformu, zejména u takzvaných simulovaných vícejazyčných tlumočených simultánně konferencí a doufejme, že budeme zase moci využívat nějakou další platformu právě i díky našemu členství v konsorciu MCI. Pokud byste měli zájem, tak se můžete podívat na webové stránky MC konsorcia, protože my jsme po tom prvním semestru lockdownu a tedy výuky online poslali dotazník všem studentům a vyučujícím v rámci těch 16 univerzit konsorcia, kde jsme se právě ptali celou řadu otázek, bylo jich hodně, skoro 40, na to, jakým způsobem se vyrovnávali s tou výukou online, jestli to bylo pro ně těžší, komplikovanější, zda vyučující volili třeba jiné strategie, protože na to se také Pavel ptal. Takže můžete si ten dotazník, který jsme v rámci projektového výboru zpracovávali, na něj podívat právě na internetu našeho konsorcia. Jak už tady naznačovala Ildigo, tak zejména to byly technologické problémy, špatný internet, nefungující kamera. V podstatě, nevím jak vy, ale my jsme měli pocit, že jsme z toho se studenty zvládli vlastně probrat nebo protlumočit, přetlumočit docela víc než při běžné výuce. Asi to bylo dáno i tím, že tam nebyl tolik ten sociální kontakt a přímá komunikace, takže jsme byli i možná laskavější v těch našich hodnoceních. Ten feedback nebyl tak obšírný, studenti sami si nemohli dávat feedback, ale o to víc třeba trénovali sami mezi sebou v rámci samostudia nebo iCoache. Postupně všichni víme, že Zoom ze začátku neměl tu aplikaci na tlumočení, takže jsme nejdřív třeba učili asynchronně, asi to kolegové také dělali při simultánním tlumočení, což byla obrovská zátěž pro obě strany, protože studenti si museli ty nahrávky všechny stáhnout, my jsme je museli předem připravit, pak mít 2 počítače, třeba tedy, tak to jsem to dělala já, když už to bylo synchronně, z jednoho poslouchat nahrávku z jednoho studenty, ale když to bylo ještě to asynchronně, tak studenti posílali své přetlumočené nahrávky zpátky, my jsme je poslouchali, takže v podstatě 24 hodin denně u počítače, samozřejmě přeháním, ale takhle to asi vypadalo. Pokud jde, takže náročnější příprava, když bych se ptala pro všechny strany. Paradoxně, ale se toho stihlo víc. Chyběla ta komunikace, multimodalita, která je důležitá, zejména u konsekutivního tlumočení. Byly zde vlastně teda ty nedostatky v sociálním kontaktu, laskavější hodnocení, ale všichni jsme to brali jako tu mimořádnou situaci. Jak už jsem říkala, asi to budeme využívat i nadále. Takže myslím, že už to říkala i Ildigo, ty strategie v podstatě byly stejné. Postupnost jednotlivých nároků kladených na studenty a tak dále. Všichni to znáte. Dokončuj věty, čísla, intonace a tak dále. Takže na ty kognitivní aspekty jsme kladli velký důraz. Při konsekutivce oční kontakt to bylo trošku složitější samozřejmě přes tu kameru. Zápis jsme až tak moc kontrolovat taky nemohli přes kameru, to bylo složité, ale myslím si, že jsme to zvládli a že se teď už ale těšíme zpátky do učeben.
I'm sorry, I don't want to take the floor away from you. Just one comment on the differences and the new challenges. It's not really interpreter training methodology, I think, as Ivana has explained, but it's in-class communication. And of course, we are still student-centered, we were still student-centered, but it didn't show in our interactions and in our communication. So we came back to frontal teaching in a way, which was never the case in interpreting studies, because the interpreting classroom was always interactive, student-student interaction, teacher-student-teacher interaction. But here, during the lockdown, student-student was really difficult to organize. And teacher-student was really difficult to organize. Turn-taking in the communication process was really controlled by the trainer, because otherwise you couldn't hear each other and it didn't work. So it made a lot of change, and the interpersonal aspect of training was lost, really. It was just exercises and exercises. It was good drilling. And I always said that we were lucky that it happened in the second half of the semester, not the first of the academic year. In the second semester, our course is a 2-semester course, because note-taking and interpersonal and communication behavior had already been covered in a way during the first semester. Thank you.
Thank you both very much for this introduction. I have to say that we have been slightly jealous of you in the consortium of being able to react that quickly, and also being able to safeguard the support of these large conference interpreting platforms that you were lucky enough to use in your training. But I'd like to connect to the last issue you mentioned, Ildiko, and this is the loss of interpersonal relations and the slightly impersonal and more anonymized method of teaching. Professor Gabic, I'd like to formulate a question for you because in the field of conference interpreting, we were lucky enough to use the platforms, and we obviously prepare interpreters for a setting which has seen quite a fast growth. I have recently read a survey by the CSA consortium, which reported a significant rise in remote simultaneous interpreting and the platforms. But how would you describe the situation in public service interpreting? How did the pandemic affect interpreter training and the overall preparation of public service interpreters? Because here the interpersonal, the immediate contact between interpreter and the trainee and the trainer is absolutely vital, I imagine.
Thank you very much for the question. At our department in France, we teach, of course, conference interpreting too, but also community interpreting and sign language interpreting. First of all, I have to say that I do not teach any more practical interpreting courses. I did it years ago. But at our department, we discuss problems and solutions in regular lecturer meetings. They're really necessary. And I attended them too. And I think we've all learned some lessons. The first point is that, of course, teaching community interpreting or public service interpreting or dialogue interpreting, however you would like to call it, is really hard. We don't have to discuss about it, but there are some basic issues which are really important. And I think it's hard, and it's even harder if you're not prepared. As Ildiko said too, we were not prepared. We didn't know how to use possible tools. We didn't know the tools. And I think what we learned is that we have to know much more about it. And so we will start a series of further education seminars for our lecturers on using these tools and on didactics in this special area of online communication. I think this is one thing that we have learned. Secondly, you have also discussed various platforms that are used for conference interpreting. And of course, when you're forced to teach online, it's also important that appropriate software is provided. And that was not the case. In Graz, you have been lucky having a consortium. We knew that there are powerful interactive video assessment tools for commune interpreting or for interaction or for communication. Really interesting interactive video assessment tools, but we could not use them. We tested them and we wanted to use them, but it was not possible because our university doesn't allow the use of cloud-based platforms. So I think this is an important thing, and therefore I think it's also necessary that we discuss data security and how to inform our universities that such platforms are useful, although they are not totally secure, of course. A third aspect, I think that was the most important aspect. I've been talking to some colleagues a few days ago too. Many of our lecturers and students, of course, too, became much more aware of what face-to-face interaction actually involves or means, how complex it is and how many dimensions interact. I think this will be very beneficial for post-pandemic face-to-face teaching too, because previously, of course, in community interpreting teaching, people were talking about many aspects of also nonverbal communication and so on, but not too much. Many things were only unconscious and not explicitly expressed and taken for granted. And I think this will change now. I think people will much more think about what happens in interactions. And what you also have mentioned, a very, very important thing is that the interpersonal level also in public service or community interpreting teaching suffered the most. Trainers reported an alienation, and Ivana mentioned this term this morning, an alienation between teachers and students and among students too. And this is very problematic, especially in community interpreting teaching, because feedback in community interpreting often concerns a very personal level. It's about attitude, friendliness, feelings, emotions. And that was especially hard for beginners.
Well, thank you very much, Professor. I'd like to return back to Slovakia now. Before I pass the word to Marketa, perhaps there's one lesson to share also from our university and the University of Banská Bystrica, where we are now, is that we are not having access to a remote simultaneous platform. We have pooled our resources together, the two universities, and we have ordered a custom-made software solution, sort of a platform to teach interpreting, and we have this virtual interpreter training lab that we use, which resembles the standard interpreter laboratory with 14 separate booths. One of the things that we actually never thought about, and only came up much later, is that the system included the communication between the teacher and the students, obviously, but it didn't allow for the communication between the students, because, I mean, we never thought about it when designing, when discussing how it should work. And only during the practical courses, when we were practically using the tool, we actually figured out that it's a very limited form of communication that we have. It's only sort of one-sided channel. You could talk to the students, but they couldn't talk between themselves. So there was no way of them providing feedback to each other. So we had to actually add an additional function, enabling a whole class discussion, so as to open the channel for everyone to be able to talk, which wasn't possible initially, but it proved to be a vital element in the training process. Remaining in Slovakia, we are probably the only country in the region without any formal training of public service interpreters, nor even, with the exception of sworn court interpreters, we have no other recognized form of community interpreters in Slovakia. Marketa, you have been following the scene in Slovakia, also the development. Do you think that the pandemic brought opportunities to revisit this issue, to perhaps start the discussion about the need of community interpreting, and perhaps rather than taking it as a threat and rather than taking it as a tool of alienation and bringing people further apart, perhaps there is a silver lining to the pandemic, and it also brings opportunities using platforms, using telephone interpreting or video remote interpreting in community settings, which might be an avenue of how to introduce the status or the training of public service interpreters in Slovakia.
Thank you very much for this question, but I'm afraid that I don't have a satisfactory answer. It is really difficult to speak about the situation of public service interpreting in Slovakia during the COVID pandemic situation, when public service interpreting is not a recognized profession. As you said, we have the sworn translators and interpreters which are registered by the Ministry of Justice, and actually these are the interpreters who should be able to work also as public service interpreters, but the examination and education of these interpreters is focused just on the legal sector. And the state authorities, when they need on the local and regional level, they should actually work with these sworn interpreters, but they of course not cover the languages that they actually need for the integration of immigrants to the Slovak Republic. And because of the enormous growth of automotive industry in our country. In the last decades, we have really a lot of labor workers,
but the government actually states that public service interpreting is for asylum applicants. We have just a few of them, so public service interpreting is not needed. There is a huge gap between the quality of interpreting and education of the interpreters registered by the Ministry of Justice in languages that they cover, and the languages of limited diffusion needed in the sector of public service interpreting. In some domains such as hospitals, healthcare, there is no service, and there is not even a recognition of the need to have a public service interpreter. My PhD student made big research in the regions, in the 3 regions of the Slovak Republic, asking the academic hospitals if they, how is their work with public service interpreters, and they just ask, why you put this question? We don't need them because our doctors speak perfectly English. that was that was the answer. So research has been done a lot in the sector of asylum procedure and the quality of interpreting in the for the asylum applicants. There is no research in the field of medical interpreting, and there is a really big gap between the big and languages of limited diffusion and the registered interpreters and the ad hoc or volunteer interpreters working with the NGOs, which are trying to organize ad hoc education for them. It's just training of a few hours where we explain. I used to work some years with Human Rights League, who organized some training for interpreters where I should speak at about 2 hours about the note-taking and what is the difference between simultaneous and consecutive. So in the legal sector, I have experience actually a lot with remote interpreting in the courtroom. But in the pandemic situation, the remote mode was not used at all because of the data protection. Like Professor Grbić said, this is the legal sector is really take a lot of care for data protection, and that's why, for example, also institutions like Eurojust don't apply simultaneous interpreting in the remote mode because they cannot guarantee the protection of data if you are sitting home and interpreting via internet. So video conferencing in the courtroom is a common mode in the hearings, but there are no practical rules and training for the interpreters, and during the pandemic, the institutions were unable to respond to and implement the technology, and that's why the actions of courts, police, and state authorities were sustained, indeed, and paralyzed. That was my experience.
I'll make a small commercial break here, and I'd like to mention a book that actually the 4 of us wrote together. It's called The Challenges and Opportunities in Interpreter Training, Lessons from Central Europe. And I have to mention a chapter by Ildiko and also by Ivana, who discuss to a certain degree also the approaches to community interpreter training in their countries. And not to spoil the future readers of our book, but I'll just mention that it seems that there is a certain problem in the post-communist countries in terms of approaching the concept of community interpreters. We live with this idea that we were always the countries of emigrants. People were leaving from Slovakia, Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland to work elsewhere, and we never were actually really accustomed to become a country of immigrants. We don't have the structures, nor do we have a mentality to be prepared to accept foreigners and treat them in a dignified way. There was an experiment in Budapest with a course for asylum interpreters, and perhaps Ildiko could outline this, and also if you could possibly perhaps think about whether the universities have sufficient power to make change bottom up, whether we can actually somehow contribute to changing the society by insisting on community interpreting, by opening the courses, and by keeping the issue on the agenda, in the public discussion.
Wow. I will try to be brief because I could speak about it for a long time. I personally have been lobbying for a long time. Now I have for almost 10 years, because I saw the need for community interpreting, and also community interpreting is interpreting in languages we usually don't teach for conference interpreters. So these are the so-called less often used languages, with Hungarian, Slovakian, Czech, and so on, like Pashto, Somali, and so, and you know, the problem. I had been lobbying. I had gone to a lot of ministries, a lot of offices, and everybody was enthusiastic. They said, yes, it's a problem. My argument is linguistic rights, rights to interpretation, but also the transparency of justice, the speed of delivering justice once these people are in the country, but also the speed of delivering or finishing or managing asylum procedures. So obviously there are a lot of advantages of having good interpreters and having trained interpreters. For example, there are languages in Hungary where there are 2 or 3 people who could really do it, but very often they are biased or they are involved in the court case in another way. You know what I mean? So it's a huge problem. So I did a lot of lobbying, and finally, by chance, one of our former students of conference interpreting knew that I was trying to create a course like that, or to have support from the authorities for a course, and she said she knew an NGO who was dealing in Hungary, one of the NGOs who was dealing in Hungary with those who have already gone through the asylum procedure and have been legally residing in Hungary. This NGO was helping them finding work, learning Hungarian, schooling for their children, and so on and so on. And this NGO applied for funding for our course, for a 1-year course. But again, the problem was, now we had the students. But the problem was that the court and public service interpreting course that I had created in Hungary was for graduates of an MA degree or a BA degree, but these people very often don't have or cannot prove that they have a BA or an MA. So came the other hurdle for us, how to solve this problem. So we did create a program which is not a degree program, but it's a so-called adult further training program, where the entry requirement is not that high. The entry requirement is quite low. But we said that since we don't have the students with the right entry requirement, then we had to find the right form of the course. This is to show you that it's not only authorities, it's education system as well, and the legal requirements for interpreters. The problem in Hungary today is the same. You don't have to be a specifically qualified interpreter to be able to interpret in front of the courts or asylum and public services context. The problem is that the regulations are not there, and we have run out of students, to tell you the truth. We have the expertise, we have the enthusiasm, we have the contacts, but we do not have the students, because with these languages, if you know these languages, you are paid better in courts than most of the time that English, Hungarian, very well qualified interpreters. So basically, a basic any kind of interpreter training program, certificate or degree is enough. Yeah, you don't have to have specialized training. I think this is the most important problem, because if you had to have such a specific qualification, then you would have the students as well. Thank you.
Just to add 2 sentences. This morning, Nadia, no, I will try to speak in English. This morning, you spoke, Nadia, about language and culture mediators. And you asked if they are better interpreters. And we just have this problem because we cooperate as here in Slovakia with different NGOs. They asked us to organize short courses for their language and cultural or cultural mediator or intercultural mediators. And we try to do it. We teach them how to sit, how to interpret, how to take notes, how to ask, etc. But at the end of the training, because we started that training in 2007, because we had a big project in the time, and we try to do it every year with different NGOs, because they received money for their projects, and we are involved then, and we invite also our students to participate. But their intercultural mediator, they forgot in which situation they are in a concrete case. For example, they go to, I don't know, to the social insurance office, and they forgot that they are only interpreters, not intercultural mediators. And they try to say to the officer, you forgot to ask this and this. And we try to teach them, no, you are not interpreter, you are not intercultural mediators. Of course, you have to explain that some reality doesn't exist in their country, but you cannot answer not give the answer to the officer. It's to the officer to ask, to answer the question, not to you. So it's a big problem with them. We teach them all the time, but they forgot that they are not intercultural mediator. In some situation they are interpreter, in other situation they are intercultural mediator who knows also the language. So this is a big problem between the two professions. And in the list of profession for the moment, community interpreters that don't exist. There is only intercultural mediator. Of course, people say, I am community interpreter, but in reality, it is not on the list of agreed professions in Czech Republic.
Maybe I would like to pick up the topic and speak about the project that we realized the last 4 years at the Comenius University together with our partners in the Czech Republic, in Poland and in Belgium. We outlined or designed a course for students of languages of limited diffusion that are accredited at the academic level on the Slovak universities, with 4 e-learning courses on the introduction in the public service translation, public service interpreting, the ethical and institutional issues, and on the technology used in public service or usable in public service translation and interpreting, plus and 1 week very intensive interpreting and translation training. This project was finished in February this year, and actually the plan was that we organize this intensive training, 1 week training course in person in Brussels, where the students of the course can meet and can train what they learned online. But unfortunately, because of the situation, we had to do it via MS Teams. And when we spoke about the remote interpreting in the didactics, we tried to solve the problem of the role play exercises by breakout rooms where the students were working really in the groups of 3 students playing the roles and interpreting so that they can do more than in a big group. But one of the results of the project is also a monograph where, for example, Lázaro Gutiérrez from Spain, the colleagues from Belgium, and also Sonja Pöllabauer from Austria are describing the situation in the education of public service interpreters, and we compare it with the situation in Central Europe. And a very interesting point of Sonja Pöllabauer in her chapter is that a very big problem in the training is to motivate the candidates to follow this training when there are no rules from the government about the quality. The government is happy when they even have someone. And they don't really care about the quality of the interpreting, and that is why the candidates don't even see the need to follow such education, and of course the financing of it. Also, the courses in Austria has been organized 1 to maximum 3 times, and then because of financing, the professionally designed course ended, and there was no follow-up. So I think that when we think what to do in Central Europe and we see the situation in another countries, then the only way is to recognize this profession. And when it's recognized, then the government is also obliged to find the funding for, or the financing for delivering the service, but also for the professionalization.
I'm going to pick up Professor Grbić from the discussion we had after a keynote speech, and it is a motive that keeps reappearing in actually several keynote speeches from this conference, and this is the need to branch out from the translation studies and interpreting studies and look for connections between other disciplines and multidisciplinary research that would not only expand our possibilities, but also it would increase the recognition and perhaps the appreciation of the research that we do in translation studies from the side of other disciplines and other sciences. Looking at the most recent developments over the last 18 months, we have seen some unprecedented conditions in which interpreters are to be trained, in which interpreters operate, whether we talk about virtual classrooms or whether we talk about remote simultaneous interpreting, or whether we talk about the provision of community interpreting or public service interpreting in situations of COVID where there is limited or no personal contact at all. And you also mentioned that we need to cover in the research the less pleasant or the nasty topics that might not be, that easy or that pleasing, but they do require further investigation. Now, I mean, I would be happy if you would outline or if you would give an example of some of these less pleasant topics, but you can elaborate this idea further on and perhaps highlight or just branch out, just brainstorm the fields of research that do require further investigation or further attention.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. As I said in my talk this morning, I think with regard to community or public service interpreting or dialogue interpreting in various fields, I think it is important that we as researchers, and I'm not talking as an educator, but as researcher, we should sharpen our view for the human aspect in interpreting and look more closely at marginalized topics, or topics that are nasty, that we don't like, or that are maybe not conventional, such as emotions, for example. There's not much research on emotions in interpreting. And I don't say that I don't want to evaluate them. I just want that I just think it's important to look at them, look how people think about them, how they feel. Emotions, empathy, passion, help. Help is totally taboo in translation, especially interpreting studies. But why? I think communication is kind of helping too. Or trust. Okay, trust has been researched much more in the last few years. And responsibility is also, I think, a very important concept. And what I also think is important is to look at the relations between the people involved and their backgrounds and their different motives and the perceptions they have from about each other. Because you have been talking also about interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity. I think this is very important, and it's hard. It's hard. I've been in a working group with researchers from different disciplines: translation studies, cultural anthropology, Jewish studies, history, sociology, and so on. And we published a book together. And it was hard, but it was so interesting and convincing. And we could convince our colleagues from other disciplines how important our research is. And I think we can also find very interesting concepts and models in other disciplines. We have found them, as for example, the habitus of Bourdieu. But I think now in this post-pandemic era, we should maybe devote our thinking also to analytical concepts which have not yet been discussed in our disciplines. And I'm thinking about, for example, the concept of the body or space. We may find fruitful approaches, concepts, and models in media studies, in the sociology of the body and sociology of space. As I said in the morning, I have currently I'm supervising a very interesting and thought-provoking doctoral dissertation on the perception of body and space in video-mediated community interpreting. And I think those are quite new things and innovative things, and will help us to perceive interpreting in its multifaceted perspectives.
Thank you, and Marketa has been signaling me that she has a follow-up question for you. So here we go, Marketa.
Yes, first of all, I would like to thank Professor Grbić for the brilliant keynote speech that we really enjoyed together with Professor Chenkova. I made a lot of notes, and one of them was what you said now, the importance of emotions, empathy, passion, help, understanding, trust, responsibility, relationship, and mutual trust. And my question would be, how do you see, if and how do you see and feel the conflict between the interpreting norms that we teach the students in our training in connection to the invisibility, control of the behavior, normativity of the interpreting procedures, and these aspects of unexpectability, emotion, empathy, passion, help, and responsibility, for example. And if you don't think that we should move from this prescriptive mode of norming the behavior of an interpreter to the mode of the fusion interpreting that you mentioned in our community interpreting session this afternoon, and think on a humanization turn in the interpreting studies?
Thank you very much for this really important question. And I don't think that I will be able to answer it, but I can give you some thoughts because I've also been thinking very much about it. I think we have two social worlds to use a concept introduced by Anselm Strauss many decades ago. The social world of interpreted teaching and the social world of interpreting research. And these social worlds sometimes interact. For example, when a person is a teacher and a researcher, and sometimes they also collide. Of course, we have, when we teach interpreting, we have to inform students about norms and conventions in society with regard to their future work in practice. And as researchers, we are looking at them and we are not evaluating them. We are looking at them and we're looking how it works in practice. I'm convinced that those norms are, first, that those norms are dynamic. They are changing. Norms have been different 20 years ago. And they, for example, when I take sign language interpreting, 20 years ago, the norms were very, very tight, and now they changed. They're more flexible. And I think that we also should not or should be aware that norms, that there is not one interpretation norm for all diverse settings, and therefore I think that flexibility is such an important concept. Flexibility in practice and flexibility in research, to have a flexible mind, to see that, of course, there has to be structure, because we are humans that are not able to live in a society without structures. It wouldn't be possible. But those structures are not monolithic and not forever. Structures can be changed when they do not correspond to the situations anymore. And that's with norms are the same. Norms are constructs that we have constructed. They're not coming from some from above, or we are writing them down and informing our students about them. So I think it's not the one or the others, but I think it's a complicated interaction of the fixed and the changing, and we have always to think about now in what situation there has to be more structure, and in what situation there has to be more flexibility. And therefore, I think it is very important to teach, to educate interpreters at university, and because reflexivity, self-reflexivity is very important, because you have every situation is different, and you always have to. I forgot the English word. To find a solution for a problem, and it's always your solution. It's your decision, and therefore self-reflection is such an important thing, and therefore you have to have a meta thinking about the things you're doing in practice.
Thank you very much, and exactly that because of these aspects, the term of flexible mind was really a big lesson to learn for me from your keynote speech, and I think I will think in another way when I'm teaching about ethical codes and the norms in interpreting for public service interpreters or volunteers who have no idea about our norms. I will formulate them in another way than till now. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now return back from the domain of public service interpreting back to conference interpreting, because we have still left some issues uncovered. namely the field of research. You have mentioned it in the introductory discussion when you both Ildiko and Professor Chenkova discussed what were the key takeaways from these last 18 months. And I have two questions for you, and you can divide them however you like. The one is mine, and it's the question of what would be the fields of research that just opened up, that have emerged from the period of pandemic, from remote teaching and remote simultaneous interpreting. And the second one has been kindly submitted by a certain Jan Pedersen through Slido, and the question reads, looking into the future, do you think the amount of remote interpreting will be different in different parts of the world, or will it be the same globally? So while one of you answers the research question, the second may contemplate the answer to the other one.
Okay, I will start. I will try to start. Ale asi přejdu do češtiny, jestli mohu. I will continue in Czech if I can. Myslím si, že pochopitelně po těchto 18 měsících covidové pandemie a onlineu i se toto téma dále bude objevovat ve výzkumu a jaksi v doktorských dizertačních pracích nebo i v diplomových pracích a myslím si, že se to už objevuje. První takový malinký výzkum jsem už zmiňovala před chvílí, že tady jsme zkoumali v dotaznicích studenty 16 univerzit, jak vidí tedy výuku online, stejně tak jako vyučující, ale jsou tady i další možnosti. Určitě už jsme všichni slyšeli pojem augmented interpreter, neboli ten posílený technologiemi tlumočník, takže i to si myslím, že je další směr výzkumu a opět v rámci MC konsorcia jsme už rozesílali a zpracovali dotazník. Výsledky můžete najít na webu MC o tom, jak se díváme na umělou inteligenci, artificial intelligence a jaká je budoucnost i ve výuce. To znamená, že to by měl být nebo mohl být jeden směr výzkumu, augmented interpreter, speech to text, simultánní titulkování, nejenom tedy jednojazyčné, ale i tedy směrem k tomu cílovému jazyku a další tedy pomůcky, které existují pro tlumočníky, jako různé virtuální databáze, terminologické a podobně. Ale určitě nesmíme zapomínat na ten lidský faktor a myslím si, že i právě tato konference má ve svém podtitulu ten název Rehumanization, neboli návrat k člověku v překladu tlumočení a translatologii. Takže na ten lidský faktor doufám, nebudeme v dalším našem výzkumu zapomínat. To znamená, jak ty kognitivní aspekty, tak jak tady krásně říkala před chvíli Naďa, i zkoumání emocí, zkoumání prostoru, zkoumání body language, to všechno si myslím, veškeré ty sociologické aspekty, měnící se role tlumočníka, postavení tlumočníka, to jsou další možnosti pro výzkum. A možná i právě v souvislosti s tím lockdownem a přechodem na platformy a omezený počet jazyků se budeme zamýšlet i nad tím, zda půjdeme k multilingvismu, anebo spíše k té jednojazyčnosti a omlouvám se všem angličtinářům, tedy k angličtině jako lingua franca, což doufám, že nebude tak úplně pravda.
Thank you for the floor. So I have the second question, which we haven't prepared, but let me say a few words about the first one, just really few words, because I can see that we're running out of time. The classical research topic, for example, is stress in interpreting, and I think stress and fatigue in cloud-based interpreting, when you have your laptop, when you are not on site, home office interpreting, that could be a really nice, a very urgent topic, I think, of research. Also occupational health, after all this. Research, working memory, information processing, how because interpreting is multi-channel information processing. We know we have verbal and visual, but here in this situation of interpreting, when you really are sitting in front of a computer, the visual field is really, really restricted. So does it have any impact on the cognitive processes, on information and language processing, working memory capacity? That would be an interesting topic. Whether there is a difference between working from a hub, where at least your colleagues there, or working from home when you are alone, your technician, and so on and so on. So that was for the research topics. For the future, thank you very much for the question. I don't think anybody has the crystal ball to know the whole world, of course. But I would like to relay what I have been reading on the subject lately or recently, and this is that there will be parts of the world that will be well affected by this technological turn or revolution in how we work in interpreting today. Less accessible parts of the world, that's what all those who know the situations there say. And I read their opinion and I believe them, that since interpreting through Zoom has become so current, it will be easier to bring in or take interpretation and language mediation to places which are not accessible, and also very rare language pairs, for example, Hungarian and Thai. You don't have to look locally for interpreters nowadays. It's not a requirement anymore. It has become more global. Recruiting interpreters, I think, has become more global. So interpreters of less widely used languages like my language, for example, can be hopeful that cost cutting, travel cost and accommodation cost will allow organizers to finance interpreters instead and not just use the big or more widely used languages. So let's hope that it's going to happen, really. Thank you.
And add just one sentence. Ildiko is completely right, and I think that paradoxically it will be perhaps the community interpreting who will use more the platforms and then online interpreting in the conflict situation. If, for example, in Afghanistan, the interpreter, well, not here, it will be more safe for everybody. So I think it's a solution for this kind of conflict and unsafe situation. Thank you.
Yes, fully agree, and thank you very much for these answers. Also, an impromptu proper answer to the question from the audience. As also someone following the field of conference interpreting, I think that the main differentiation will not be along different parts of the world, but along different sectors. For example, over the last 18 months, we have seen some very absurd uses of remote interpreting. A colleague of mine was interpreting a safety inspection of a plant, where the safety inspector was walking around the plant with the camera on his phone turned on and actually showing everyone, the inspectors who were remote somewhere in the other part of the world. So he was using his phone as their eyes to inspect the piping in the plant, whether it was proper. So this is probably going to disappear, and this type of work is not going to remain on a long-term basis. Most probably, given that I wouldn't really trust this type of safety inspection. But for example, different types of trainings and events like this one, and I would like to greet our brave interpreters in the back of the room. It's nice to be on the other side of the booth for a moment. Training events are now incredibly accessible in terms of interpreting. It was never so cheap to provide interpreting for people who attend meetings remotely, and I think that this is going to, or this has a major potential to expand the use of interpreting. And also, as you have said, especially in case of minor languages, languages of lesser diffusion, and languages that were physically inaccessible, for example. Ildiko, you wanted to add something?
Remark, maybe. And this is that actually, as I said at the beginning, and maybe this can be one of the closing sentences or thoughts, technology had been there, but there was a psychological resistance. Digital transformation is technological and psychological as well. I think that the COVID-19 has helped us overcome our psychological resistance, and we are seeing the advantages of the technology.
We've lost some fears and gained new ones. So, Marketa, you wanted to add something?
Yes, but I have one more remark on the question of Professor Pedersen, because you asked if the need of public service interpreting will be global. I don't think that this will be the case. I think that the need of public service interpreting is very locally bounded with the industry, with the public that is living in that region, and I think that it will be really difficult to globalize this field, even in one country. Slovakia is a small country. We have three regions with completely different needs in public service interpreting because of the automotive industry and the big fluctuation on the Ukraine border, for example, and the completely different situation of Bratislava as the capital near to Budapest and Vienna. So we are really a good example on that.
We have exceeded our time allocated to this discussion. I would like to very much thank the charming ladies on the panel. I would like to thank Professor Ildiko Horvat, Professor Ivana Chenkova, Professor Nadia Gobic, and Professor Marketa Števkova. It was a pleasure to have you. I'm very glad that we did at least touch upon, if not properly covered, all the individual topics, and there is a lot to digest. And for those of you who take interest in the future of interpreting, in 15 minutes you will have a chance to listen to another debate on the future of interpreting and how the pandemic has transformed the profession from within. We will have Jonathan Downey, the author of Interpreters versus Machines, on the panel debating together with Raquel Lazaro Gutierrez, who is also a widely known author specialized on public service interpreting with a special focus on hospital settings. And we will be discussing many of the issues covered here, but from the more practical perspective of practicing interpreters. So thank you very much and stay tuned. So good afternoon, everyone. And I'm very glad that I have the opportunity to meet you at this pre-recorded final panel of our conference. We have decided to dedicate the final day of conference to the theme of interpreting. And I'm very honored that I have the opportunity to welcome very interesting guests to cover the topic of how the interpreting profession has been transformed over the last 18 months and what implications has the digital transformation on the profession of interpreters. We have called this table discussion or roundtable discussion interpreters in a digital landscape, new norms, standards, and the possibilities of defining them. And I have the honor to welcome Dr. Raquel Lazaro Gutierrez from the Modern Philology Department of the University of Alcalá, who is a well-known scholar focusing on public service interpreting with a special focus on medical settings. So she's a well-known and highly cited scholar, I have to add. And the second guest that I have the honor to welcome is Jonathan Downey, one of the troublesome Terps, a consultant interpreter, Scotsman, business interpreter, researcher, speaker on interpreting, and an author of a book that I have to recommend to everyone, Interpreters versus Machines. Well, he wrote more books, but this is the most recent one I've read. And we'll also touch upon some of your concepts that you mentioned in your book and the implications the pandemic had on the fight between interpreters and the machines. So we have witnessed an unprecedented transformation of the interpreting profession. I tell to my students that the last 18 months have perhaps transformed the profession of interpreters in the same way as the Nuremberg processes have transformed interpreting in the 40s, that we will be dividing, looking in the hindsight on the interpreting profession before the pandemic and after the pandemic. It is difficult to predict which trends will be lasting, but we can already see that some changes will remain, especially the transition towards the digital landscape. So if we can start with your first thoughts, what would you say, or what in your idea will be the most lasting impacts of the COVID pandemic and the shift to digital for the interpreters? And let's start with you, Raquel. In the field of public service interpreting, what do you predict the most lasting changes and the deepest transformation of the profession?
Well, as you may know, actually public service interpreting is very popular in telephone interpreting. So the provision for public service interpreting has already gone that step forward towards distance remote interpreting. So I think this has at least given us the opportunity to lose that fear, because in certain settings within public service interpreting, there was a kind of fear by service providers about distance interpreting. And actually, now that we're still almost all of us telecommuting and that service provision is being done remotely, it is a natural thing that interpreters are also remote. And this was already being done. So it is not that interpreters do not have the training, or I think we have already overcome all those barriers. So interpreters are well prepared. Telephone interpreting is possible. So this is giving us the opportunity actually to encourage more service providers to include remote interpreting. And I also think that this has been a perfect opportunity to foster video conference interpreting, which was missing in many areas, in many settings. For example, in medical interpreting, it was not used. And right now it's been, well, it was not so used as in other settings, in other public service settings. And now there are many services, many medical services, which are offering video conferencing interpreting and who are at least trying it. So I think it is going to be a good opportunity. This is just speeding up the natural process that we were already undergoing. So it is not so bad.
Indeed, and you're right about that, that telephone interpreting was actually highly developed in the field of or more developed in the field of public service interpreting, as we will compare it with conference interpreting in a while. But do you think that the whole profession, especially the medical setting profession, was it prepared to adopt new standards and new forms of interpreting immediately after the onset of the pandemic, or did it take time in order for new, especially video conference interpreting, to settle in?
Well, I would say that for telephone interpreting, it was just done. I mean, there was no need to adapt. Perhaps some interpreters who had not so much experience in telephone interpreting because they were doing on-site presential interpreting, perhaps they had to adapt, but it is just a matter of, I think, individual interpreters, because there are already many who were delivering interpreting over the phone. So I think that if we consider the whole situation as a whole, it is actually not so disrupting for telephone interpreting. For video conference interpreting, well, it is considered to be an improvement regarding telephone interpreting, so an improvement in the remote provision of interpreting services, because it adds visual information. Of course, it is. It's been said that it is cognitively more demanding because you also have to concentrate on visual cues, but actually, well, it is a matter of getting used to it, because, well, usually everything which we do that we are not used to, it is cognitively demanding. I think we've all experienced this, no matter our activity, no matter our job. When we started telecommuting, it was very demanding for us. And by the end of the day, we were exhausted. And perhaps some of us right now that we are going back to our physical offices, we are experiencing right now that feeling again, that we get very, very tired by the end of the day. And these were the things we were doing before the pandemic. It is just that we have already adapted to telecommuting, and when we go back to on-site working, then it is hard again. So, well, of course, it is going to be harder, perhaps it is harder for more experienced interpreters who have had all those years of expertise working on sites. But for those who are starting, they are more used to do interpreting over the phone than on-site interpreting.
This is a very good point, actually, because even looking at the field of conference interpreters, myself being a conference interpreter, I can see that my younger colleagues or colleagues who haven't spent, let's put it this way, several decades providing conference interpreting, but are reasonably new on the market, adopted the digital transformation almost automatically. For them, it was a no-brainer. It happened from one week to another. But I can see that for colleagues who have been accustomed to the standard booth and the standard provision of interpreting, the digital transformation was much more of a challenge, let's put it this way. Jonathan, when I read your book, The Interpreters versus Machines, it was deep in the pandemic. This was March or April last year. And I kept wondering that, because it was published just before the pandemic. So to what extent you actually had an idea that something so deeply disruptive is coming. And I have to say that the book stood the test of the pandemic, because it is still valid even after the experience of the pandemic. So you outlined 4 different scenarios of the possible development vis-a-vis artificial intelligence and computers interpreting instead of humans. How do you think the pandemic changed the situation of the struggle between interpreters and machines?
I think I wanted to reframe the struggle, and I think if I were to go back to rewrite it, I would probably write more about the partnership. I think there is a chapter about, calling a truce and say, you know, we need to look at partnership. And I think the pandemic has really shown that partnership is going to be the way ahead. The biggest impact for me on conference interpreting has been what I would like to label just now conceptual leakage. So drawing a line between conference interpreting and between business interpreting and even sometimes bilingual voiceover is becoming very, very difficult, because basically we're using the same techniques, using the same technology from the same place. So I was consulting on a conference recently where my advice to the client was to use translation and voiceover. They insisted on using interpreting because they wanted it to sound interpreted, which is an interesting approach anyway. And I realized that actually, you know, in terms of equipment, in terms of preparation, the lines were very, very blurry anyway. Apart from the fact, you know, because the interpreters could take as many passes as they want because it was pre-recorded. And I think the pandemic has really underlined the importance of clients knowing the value that we produce. If we can't justify to clients why we're worth X number of hundred, name your currency, then they don't have to use us anymore. They don't even have to call the meeting anymore. And I also think that we have to rethink how we price and sell conference interpreting, because in my market, certainly, we were used to, this is the amount per day. If you're in a really good mood, there might be a half day rate if it's really local, and if it finishes before or after a certain time. But what if you get your favorite client who calls you up and says, Jonathan, I really need you for an hour? You can try to justify a half day rate, and in many cases it is justified. But by the same token, try explaining to a client that they're paying the same to have you there for 45 minutes as they would for a whole day. It doesn't make sense to them. And so trying to rethink how we work with clients, how we approach pricing, what we even label our services anymore. I have a paper which came out last year, a follow-up coming out whenever the reviewers okay my corrections, arguing that interpreting is interpreting. You know, we know, we're used to working with these categories, and, you know, for me, the pandemic has really wiped them out. And so I would say, I'm glad the book has stood the test of time. I'm glad it is very relevant. I would say there's now an added layer of thinking into the mix, which is, what do we use the technology for? How do we prove our value using the technology? And how do we make sure that the technology is always the servant and never the master? I think our mistake during the pandemic is we allowed the technology to drive the conversation. And it was, you know, we have to do this, so how do we do it? And that's an understandable conversation. We never really did get round to the conversation of, well, what can we use this for afterwards? And I think we need to have that conversation, which is, you know, we have now the technology to do remote interpreting. We have remote simultaneous studios popping up all around the world. When is that the best technology to use, and when should we be in person? And until we're ready to have that conversation and have it honestly, I think we're going to miss out on the biggest potential for the profession to grow and for us to grow as people after the pandemic.
Well, thank you, because there's one very interesting line that I'd like to develop, namely that the lines or the division between traditional public service interpreting, conference interpreting, business interpreting have blurred. As you are right, we are all sitting at home with our nice top and perhaps with just our sweatpants below the table, and there's no difference whether you are serving the I don't know, ministerial conference, or whether you are supporting a patient in a hospital. Basically, the method of delivering is the same. But you also mentioned that there is a transformation vis-a-vis the rates, vis-a-vis the traditional communication between a client and an interpreter. I think that this period is a chance to redefine the relations between the client. You are right, because the paradigms that have been valid for decades on, I don't know, that always 2 interpreters in a booth, 3 interpreters if this is a large language regime, in case of conference interpreting, that you know, this is the standard rate, that we never accept hourly rates, etc. All of this is now wobbly because the paradigm has changed. To what extent do you think the further fragmentation of the profession, because in the past the interpreters would talk together in the corridors. They would be able to push for their common interests through different delegations and negotiations. But now everyone is isolated at home. We can talk about digital isolation. To what extent will the position of interpreters be more undermined in the future, given this isolation? And to what extent do you think we have a chance to improve the conditions for interpreters?
There's two layers to this. I think the first layer is that our previous specialization according to settings is dead. And we should give it a nice funeral and walk away. And I think the specialization that we're going towards is specialization rather than by setting, specialization by domain. So I could see medical interpreters working on their simultaneous skills and doing anything medical, because it makes sense when you have, especially when you have in countries like the UK, where there's a high pressure on rates for traditional medical interpreting, there's a big pressure to push the rates down. It makes sense for those interpreters to, if you like, train as conference interpreters, although that's probably not a relevant term anymore, but so that they can do the medical conferences and the hospitals and the whatever. Similar with legal interpreters, there's no reason why they couldn't do an international law conference and so on if they get the training. So I think in that sense, the conditions of interpreters can improve if we think about specializing by domain or perhaps by client. I could see a lot of work coming up for interpreters who want to work for tech startups, for example. That's a different kind of skill. That's a different kind of approach. I can see a lot of interpreters saying, well, I tell you what, I'll work for these group of startups and whatever meeting they need, I'll be there. So in that sense, the kind of meeting in the corridor and negotiating no longer becomes relevant, because you're doing so many different types of meetings anyway, that you have to work out a pricing structure that works for all of them. On the other hand, I think we talk about isolation, and that has been the case. But I'd just like to point out that I'm in Edinburgh, Raquel's somewhere else, you're in Slovakia. We're having this conversation. We have this isolation, but we also have the means to reduce this isolation. And I think, again, it's a case of we're used to using the corridor, or a lot of conversations at conferences happen around the lunch table or outside the toilets. We just need to create other spaces that do that. And it may be that we need to create them more formally than we had before. You know, a conference like this, I can't grab Martin Jovchos in the corridor and ask him a question. I have his email address. I can send him a Zoom link. What am I doing? It's time to really think hard about how we do the digital version of catching someone in the corridor. I've had some wonderful conversations over Twitter that have gone into Zoom chats. Let's be millennials and find ways of breaking that isolation in any way that we can.
That's a very nice vision. Raquel, in case of public service interpreting, and I think that the proposal that Jonathan is making is very interesting, is very intriguing, of really actually training interpreters, not conference interpreters, public service interpreters. How do you see this angle? What's your perception on the level of transformation in the public service domain, public service interpreting domain, especially with respect to the most recent changes? And would you share his idea on just training interpreters specific or focused on a specific domain rather than a specific field of work?
Yes, of course, I totally agree with Jonathan. Actually, well, I know that Spain is not the most typical place of the world, perhaps, but actually in Spain, we've got master's degrees to train public service interpreters, and it happens that later on, they perform both as public service interpreters and as conference interpreters because they receive the training. It is not that, well, usually interpreters will receive training in conference interpreting, and then perhaps they have to do some public service interpreting. Well, public service interpreting, as you know, is underrated. So when this happens, usually those conference interpreters who have been trained as such feel frustrated. But well, this is not a matter of abilities, a matter of skills. It is a matter of payment, of many times of who your client is, because there are clients who can pay more and clients who pay less. And well, but I don't think skills are very different actually. And there are other paths, there are other ways, which, yeah, I understand that it is not the common path everywhere, but it happens in Spain, and it works. There are very good conference interpreters who have first been trained as public service interpreters. Of course, they have to follow further training, but it is not as if they had to do another master's degree. And the same happens with conference interpreters. Many of them, when they start doing bilateral interpreting, they feel very they feel that the skills that they have acquired are perhaps not enough, and they train further because shifting all the time from one language to another is sometimes difficult. So yeah, some skills are going to be different, but some others are going to be very similar. And yeah.
Sorry. I could actually see interpreting training in the future following the example of legal and medical training, where you have a basic training and then you have a specialization period. I can't see conference interpreter training lasting for 7 years like the training of doctors, but I could see us having a foundation year where you cover interpreting, and then a specialization year or however long. And that then answers a question I was criticized recently, saying, are you saying that any interpreter can do anything? I said, no. But I am saying that every interpreter is an interpreter. And so perhaps our training should go to general training plus specialization. And I think, Raquel, that's really interesting that you have that model in Spain, because in the UK, for certain languages, the only interpreters we can get for conferences are public service interpreters. There aren't any conference interpreters trained in certain languages, certainly in Scotland. And so you have no other option. And the first time you throw a public service interpreter into, I don't know, a technical conference on cement or demolition, their eyes get really big. My funny story, that the first time I ever saw public service interpreters working at a conference, their biggest question was, all that food over there, are we allowed to eat it? Because, if they worked in the court, they would maybe get a sandwich and access to the coffee machine if they wanted to pay for it. Whereas in conference interpreting, we're used to it. There's a buffet, go eat. And so, yeah, I think we should be excited about the lines being blurred, and perhaps, I'm being slightly controversial here, allowing the lines to be blurred like that might be good for everyone, because public service interpreters might realize that there are clients who pay better, which then puts economic pressure on the ones who aren't, because if they can't find the interpreters, what are they going to do? And equally, it might expose conference interpreters to the fact that there are clients who pay worse. And so we shouldn't be divas and get annoyed if our water isn't exactly at 35 degrees Fahrenheit or whatever, because try working in a hospital for a few hours and then come back and tell me that your water's at the wrong temperature.
That's a very good point, Jonathan. And I know that some of the conference interpreters tend to be a bit of a prima donnas, especially even in terms of how they like to be perceived and how they like to be treated, and all of that. And I probably wouldn't find many public service interpreters with the same level of self-perception that some of the conference interpreters have. So you're really right on that. But let me develop this idea of how our profession is perceived. Because this transformation or this pandemic has deeply affected how interpreters are seen. And many of my older colleagues or many of the conference interpreters opposed remote interpreting, specifically because they believe that by removing the interpreter from the room, by taking the booth, even into the lobby outside or even to the next floor, you are basically affecting the status. You are reducing the status of interpreters by taking the interpreters out of the equation from the room. We are invisible and therefore less relevant and therefore less important. Now we are all removed from the equation. We are nowhere to be found in conference rooms. The booths have disappeared. They've gone virtual. And the same happened to public service interpreting in those places that are equipped with the ability to provide remote interpreting or video reinterpreting. What do you think, or how do you see the impact this has on the perception of our profession from the side of our clients? How will our clients perceive us now that we are no longer physically there? because it can have negative and positive repercussions. Whoever would like to answer first.
I
Shall
need
I
to go and
go?
get.
Or-
Yeah, I'm going to let Raquel go because I just need to grab something off my
Sure.
bookshelf. Give me a second.
Well, actually, it already happens with telephone interpreters that there are clients who think they are machines. And yeah, this sometimes happens. There actually people are not equally perceptive about how language works and how actually machines speak. So there are people who may be speaking with a bot and they might think that is a person, and it happens the other way around too. So there are actually people who have been speaking well through a telephone interpreter, and they have thought the interpreter was a machine. So this is, well, I don't think this is going to happen so much with conference interpreting, because we are emphasizing all the time that the interpreting services are being provided and the interpreters are there. So we kind of emphasize that there is a person behind that interpreting. It is a little bit more automatic when we do it for public service interpreting, because it is just, well, like very fast communication. But yes, it is going to, I think interpreters are going to gain visibility in that interpreters are going to be more present for interpreting assignments everywhere, for both for conference and for public service interpreting assignments. But that visibility is going to be special in that the interpreter is not going to be seen in any way possible. So with conference interpreters, we could look back and see them inside the booths, see actual people inside the booths. Now we are not going to see them in any possible way. But I think they are going to be more present than ever.
That's very positive. Jonathan.
I liken it. There's two things I wanted to say. The first is when you fly in an aircraft, you almost never see the pilot, but you know they're there because before you take off, they say, "This is your captain speaking," or "This is your first officer." I only semi-jokingly said, "Well, why don't we have a situation where we make it normal before the chair opens a meeting or before the doctor says something for the interpreter to say, 'Hello, I'm so and so. I'm your whatever language interpreter.'" It's
and the
a simple
emergency
thing.
exits are located.
Yeah, but most people connect to a meeting before it starts. If we have a chat and we have a relationship with the client, where possible, we could say just before the meeting starts, can we quickly say, "This is so and so and so and so, your French interpreter, and we'll be your interpreters today, blah, blah, blah. Please can you make sure," and do like a very, like, I don't know, 30-second thing of, "Please can you make sure that any loud animals or loud children are out of the room, and that your incoming sound and outgoing sound are separate. We would like you to use a headset if possible." If you haven't already had that chat, it's good to have that chat again. The other thing is I hate to raise the book again. No, I don't. Please buy it. I have a chapter called "How We Wrecked Our Own PR." If anyone is responsible for the invisibility of interpreting, it's us. And so we can't complain about remote interpreting making us invisible when for years we've been saying we're impartial, we're invisible, we never make a difference. I'm sorry, it's the message we've been giving to clients for years, and we can prove that through research. So if we're worried about invisibility, we need to think about our messaging, and we need to think about how we're describing our work, who we're describing our work to, how much time we're spending around potential clients, and all this stuff that I know has been said hundreds of times by hundreds of people, going all the way back to Judy and Dagmar Jenner's book, The Entrepreneurial Linguist, and the importance of being around clients. I think that was the 1990s or early 2000s. We can't get away from this. And so if we're worried about remote interpreting making us more invisible, the antidote is to find ways to make ourselves the way back to Judy and Dagmar Jenner's book, The Entrepreneurial Linguist, and the importance of being around clients. And so I think that was the 1990s or early 2000s from this. And so if we're worried about remote interpreting making us more invisible, the antidote is to find ways to make ourselves more visible. And it could be quickly just say at the start, hello, I'm so-and-so, your whatever interpreter. It could also be, you know, if you're an interpreter working in medicine, that you find your local medical conference that you're not interpreting at, and you go and visit and you go and hang around the doctors, or you go to some drug manufacturing exhibition or whatever. You be in their world. And if we're waiting for visibility to start in the assignment, we're way too late. In visibility and making people aware of what we do starts before they can even spell the word interpreter, and goes all the way through to how we treat them when we've sent the invoice and they've paid us. I've got a paper coming out where I argue that we've concentrated in interpreting studies on the interpreted event. And that's like, I don't know, a quarter, a tenth of the process. If we start thinking about the wider process of how are interpreters found, hired, scoped, paid, treated, what's the relationship between interpreters and their clients outside of the assignment, there's a whole, Graham Turner back in 2012, I think it was, pointed a whole pyramid of things that go on around interpreting from policy to pay that we just don't look at enough. And so I would say if we want to crack the invisibility problem, we think down that pyramid. We think all the way down and go, how do we become visible to government when they're setting policy? How do we become visible to clients when they're thinking human or machine? How do we become visible to the people making speech interpreting machines and so on? How do we become visible to anyone at any point in the process? And when we think in those terms, we're okay.
Yeah, well, thank you for this. It's a very positive outlook on the issue. I personally, for example, have the experience that the transition to digital or remote interpreting in some aspects even increased the visibility of the profession, because when we are working on Zoom, you can see the interpreter on the, you know, among the participants, and you can chat with the interpreter, and you actually see the name of the interpreter very often, which wasn't the case before. I mean, we would be anonymous, we would be just, you know, faces in the booth. And now you have the chance to interact with the interpreters, sometimes through chat. So my personal experience is that the visibility of interpreters in certain ways, yes, it is reduced. On the other way, we acquired new channels of communicating with the clients, even during the event, that we didn't have before. But visibility of the profession is only one aspect that is being transformed quite deeply. The second is the especially my older colleagues are very much worried about the new risks stemming from remote interpreting, especially the cognitive load, the acoustic shock, and other risks stemming from the nascent technology of online remote conference interpreting. And I'm pretty much sure that the same would apply to public service domain, that simply the ways how we work are still quite fresh, and we don't have that much research on what are the implications on our ears, on our brain in terms of cognitive load. I have recently talked to Andrea Cagneto, discussing his research on acoustic shock and the damage that poor sound quality does to interpreters when working remotely. Do you think that these threats are just, you know, child diseases of a new nascent technology that will be promptly resolved, or do you really think that the transition to a digital conferencing or digital interpreting or remote interpreting is that much different than the traditional analog way of providing interpreting before?
Well, I would say that for public service interpreters used to work on site, when they start working remotely, it is actually very hard. It is what I was saying before, that when you are not used to a particular activity, it is much more tiring. But usually we can get used to that quite quickly. So it is not so, it is very demanding at the beginning, but that we get used to that. And about the acoustic shock, and well, most interpreters are already used to working with headsets. So that shouldn't be a problem. Sound quality is a problem, right? But we can do, I mean, I think we've got the tools. I think sound quality was an issue before as well. And what I do think as well is that we have to also train interpreters and provide some guidelines for interpreters for self-care, because there are still many interpreters who do not wear their headset on both of their ears, for example. And that is a mistake, because, well, many times they think that if they leave one of their ears free, they can monitor what they are saying and that their performance is going to be better, or that, well, they will be more aware of the environment if they're inside a booth and they've got a colleague by their side. But actually that is a mistake, because we know that what happens is that one of our ears is doing the job of both, and well, that is actually not good for our hearing ear. So yeah, we have those things are usually not said inside training programs, or don't know. I think those should be included, and perhaps well, professional associations could sometimes issue some guidelines and distribute them amongst interpreters, just reminding about the risks of the profession, because we discover the risks as well as new challenges are introduced inside the profession and changes happen, then the risks appear. So I think it is a good thing. It would be best practice for instance, professional associations to compile a list of guidelines and just distribute them amongst their interpreters, their affiliated interpreters.
I think also we can't forget that during the before time, there were real risks as well. I can't be the only conference interpreter who's had a speaker kind of start speaking really, really quietly into their microphone, and then suddenly think the microphone wasn't working, tap it really hard. I'm sure we've all had that happen, and we've all had the other speakers where you're like, how high do I have to turn this up before you start making sense? And so those risks have been there. I would say I have 5 children, all of whom are at home right now in another room. I cannot do remote interpreting from home. It's not reasonable for me to do remote interpreting from home. So when I do remote interpreting, it's at a studio about 20 minutes away, just across the bridge in Fife. And I know there someone else, qualified sound techs, are making sure that I don't suffer from acoustic shock. They're doing their best on sound quality. They've got screens set up in a very ergonomic way so that we can, wherever we look, we're seeing the right thing that we want to see in that place. They'll even change over what's on the screens for you if you want. Perhaps we expect too much. I've seen so many guidelines on interpreters' home setup that to me scream, you expect all interpreters to be rich. You know, saying to interpreters, you need a this, a this, a this. You know, I saw one recently saying, you know, it's reasonable for speakers to always be posted £20 USB mics. And I felt like saying, no, it's not always reasonable for the conference organizer to send every speaker a £20 microphone and pay the postage and expect it to arrive on time. That's simply unreasonable. And so I think we perhaps expect too much of interpreters in terms of their equipment budget. And the answer could be, certainly for conference interpreting, to say the standard is that you speak to the client and explain it's way cheaper to send the interpreters to a studio than it is to bring the studio to the conference. So if you're going to have a remote conference, the professional recommendation is that you pay for the interpreters to be in their local professional studio. And that eliminates most of the risks straight away, because if it's a good studio, they know what they're doing. And that's probably not reasonable for public service interpreting. But then I've just said that we should stop, you know, that we should blur the boundaries. So perhaps we need to copy sign language interpreting, where interpreting centers were growing before the pandemic, and start saying, well, is there money to be made with not just having an RSI studio, but someone setting up an interpreting center that interpreters can go to, and I don't know, pay some sort of basic fee that they can just include in their fees and say, yeah, I'm going to the interpreting center where I know I'll be looked after. I know there'll be tea and coffee. I know that I won't get acoustic shock because there's a sound tech there. You know, we should be pushing for these standards to be developed and not expecting that every interpreter is going to be have a £3,000 laptop, a £200 headset, and a microphone that looks like it's just come off the radio.
That's a very good point. And I myself have read multiple shopping lists that you need to sort of follow, if you want to provide good sound quality and have a professional sound. And really, I mean, I would be in deep deficit if I would invest in all of those technologies, especially in the early days of remote interpreting. But Raquel, Jonathan has touched upon a very interesting issue, that it's one thing to fight for standards in the field of conference interpreting, when you can actually reasonably expect the conference organizers to provide a certain quality of sound, and you can, endlessly talk about the importance of speakers having earphones and speaking into the microphone rather than just, yelling at the laptop. But it's totally different for example, in medical setting. I cannot imagine, imposing on hospital staff the obligation to wear earphones and talking to a proper microphone. If, at least as I imagine it, you often end up, using just the phone that you have with all the background noise, or perhaps a tablet at best with all the background noise and all the other problematic aspects that come along with this type of communication. So what are the risks for public service interpreting with, acoustic, not only just acoustic shock, but with hearing damage, and also the ability to concentrate if you can hear all the other surrounding noises, and can really, it is very difficult to isolate the message that you need to work with.
Yes, actually, well, that is a great challenge for public service interpreters. Well, many of our clients are not used to working with interpreters, so they do not know how sound works. And yes, it is true that sometimes they just have a smartphone and they put it on a table and they start speaking to it, all of them. And this is, yes, this is very challenging. What we do, well, telephone interpreting companies develop protocols, and they do this together with their clients, right? With the medical service, for instance, and they develop a protocol and they establish what is needed so that sound quality is, well, optimal. But then those protocols transfer to the workers of that particular institution. And usually what happens is that, well, many times those workers, well, they use interpreters only a few times if we consider the whole amount of work that they have. So when they come to use an interpreter, then they don't know how to do it, but it gets better after they've been working with interpreters for a while. So those standards are so to say, those are protocols, right? Those protocols are developed by telephone interpreting companies. Then, well, we've got plenty of standards, ISO standards, which apply both for on-site and remote interpreting in public service settings. And this is also tackled. I think it is more a matter of clients getting used to working with interpreters. And an advantage of public service interpreting is that it is interactive. So actually interpreters can interrupt the main speakers and say, I cannot hear. Are you using the smartphone this way? Try doing this, try doing that. Or for instance, well, sometimes it happens that now that we are telecommuting, that we've got the worker who's phoning someone using video conferencing, and he's taking the phone and the phone is on the computer. So the interpreter gets the sound, the aerial sound for the service provider, but the computer sound from the end user. This is a nightmare. And you have to add that the service provider is typing. Yes, it is awful. The interpreter has to stop the conversation and say, I cannot listen. Oh, and it also happens, and this is quite fun too, that they put the phone inside a plastic bag. Yeah, it is more hygienic. Yeah, so the interpreters are listening to all that crunching. And well, those are practices that we discover, like, why are we hearing that much crunching? And suddenly they tell you, oh no, we've put the smartphone inside a plastic bag. And then you realize, and it's like, okay, we have to include this inside the protocol, and we have to distribute further guidelines so that service providers don't put telephones inside plastic bags. But yeah, the advantage is that interpreters at least can tell the main speakers, and they can stop the communication and say, I need this and this so that this is at least possible. Perhaps it is not going to be the best, they are not going to be the best conditions, but at least minimal conditions so that, well, the assignment can be performed.
Raquel, you need to record a short 5-minute YouTube video called The Life and Struggles of a Remote Public Service Interpreter. And I will use it to share with my colleagues who complain about sound quality if the speaker is not 25 but 35 centimeters away from his microphone, and they complain that that they have a variability in the sound level by 10%, and they actually are bothered by having to use their arm and turning the knob on the volume up and down if needed. So that would be really appreciated, and perhaps the prima donnas of conference interpreting would at least slightly appreciate the quality of sound that they are getting. So that
I already have a YouTube channel called Inside Interpreting. So Raquel, if you make that, I will volunteer to edit the footage and put that on YouTube for you. If you send me the raw footage, I will edit it and put it on YouTube. Inside Interpreting, go look it up. Yeah, because I'm used to editing. That is just, conference interpreters complain when your booth mate brings a packet of crisps into the booth because it's disturbing. Now, I mean, obviously you should never eat crisps in the booth for numerous reasons. But yes, that puts our complaints about, oh no, my booth mate bought crisps, that just puts it into the shade.
Looking into the future, where do you see interpreting in 5 years? I mean, obviously, if I gave you this question 2 years ago, none of us would ever guess how deeply the profession will be transformed. Although I do realize now that the public service interpreting was way ahead of conference interpreting in terms of provision of services remotely. So in that way, you were better prepared than conference interpreters for the transformation. But looking into a crystal ball and see and taking the daring step of being a prophet of what's going to happen in the next 5 years, how do you think the profession will be transformed? Do you think there will be more interpreting, both public service and conference, given the availability of the service, and given the lack of, or given the fact that now you don't have to bring booths and pay technicians and borrow the little headsets, now that basically the provision, the technical availability of interpreting is much cheaper than before in terms of conference interpreting. But the same applies to public service interpreting, because now you can handle or serve clients all over Spain from your home, and you are no longer limited by the physical distance from the client. So do you think that the digitalization or the availability of remote interpreting will increase the total amount of interpreting, or will we see a stagnation in terms of demand and also in terms of recognition for the profession, because interpreters will just become some noises in the background and everyone will end up using poor English instead? So what is your gut feeling on how the profession will evolve, and how the interpreter of the third decade of the new millennium will look like? What is going to be the profession, the standard professional in 2029, 2028?
I would start with a line that I've been developing for a while, which says, in the future, every interpreter will be a consultant. Every interpreter will have to be able to talk to clients and say, in this situation, here's a good solution. In this situation, here's a good solution. In this situation, because And we had a debate about this on Twitter, and I don't think people quite got where I was going for a while. We have to get used to the reality that interpreting and translation are no longer the only means of producing content in more than one language. I came across an article from Ottawa recently in Canada where instead of interpreting their campaign to get people to get the vaccine, they empowered people within local communities to go and do presentations to their communities. They gave them like a toolkit. They gave them and say, you know, here are some points we'd like you to hit, but we want you to present your angle on how to do this. With the rise of automated speech translation, often called machine interpreting by people who don't know what interpreting is, with the rise of remote interpreting, with in-person interpreting slowly coming back, with community, with people talking about generating content within a community and generating things within a community, I think we need to get used to interpreting being one solution among several, especially for things like, you know, public health campaigns and things like that. Interpreting is going to be a possible solution. And so I think the interpreter of tomorrow is going to be an awful lot like the sign language interpreter of today. I joke with people, if you want to know where spoken language interpreting will be in 5 years' time, look at where sign language interpreting is today. I recently had the honor of speaking at the conference of the European Federation of Sign Language Interpreters, and I found that sign language interpreters are very technology aware, very technology savvy. They've been doing remote interpreting even before public service, from around the same time as public service interpreting was. They're very connected to the communities for whom and because of whom they interpret, and they're very connected to understanding that if you push interpreting as the solution, you're ultimately disempowering the community that for whom you exist. And so can we get to a place where consultant interpreters become, I don't know, language and communication consultants, and know when interpreting is the best, human interpreting is the best solution, when avatars and other technologies are the best solution, when to be remote, when to be in person. And can we have the conversation with clients that empowers the clients to take ownership of their communication? In conference interpreting, we've been so used to telling clients what the standards are that I wonder whether this pandemic and the growth of remote interpreting is a wake-up call to take a step back and go, rather than telling, can we empower and can we work with clients? I don't know, like management consultants do, or like marketing consultants do. We're not doing the work for you, but we're here to guide you through the process of getting the work right. That's a whole set of training. I don't know that many interpreters who are going that broad. You know, I tell people interpreters belong in the boardroom, because if you're going to be talking to someone about their entire communication strategy or how to deal with this communication problem, you can't do that at assignment by assignment level. You do that by talking with the leadership of the organization. And we've seen some experiences of that in Scotland, how things can change when you talk to the right people. So yeah, that's where I take the interpreting is going to be bigger, broader. It's going to be one solution among many. And the interpreters who are graduating this year are going to be consultants, probably within the first 2 or 3 years of them finishing, who have to know remote interpreting, automated speech translation, communication production, who have to know all that stuff. It's daunting, but it's going to be incredibly powerful.
Raquel?
Yes, I agree. But I would introduce another item inside that system. Well, I think it is just natural, right? Because just remember what happens with translation industry, that we started introducing in universities. We started introducing content about project management because translators had to cater for many other activities, and many times had to be consultants and project managers. Well, this is also happening with interpreting. It is true that we are asked for more abilities, more skills. We will need to adapt to different situations, and we will have to consider communication as a whole. So not just interpretation, but making communication possible. But also, I think that if we tell our graduates at university, you will have to do this and this and this and this, it is so overwhelming. I think there is going to be a stratification of the profession. So there are going to be interpreters who are going to be able to be consultants, and this will happen with time. So perhaps you're going to be a consultant after 10 years of being a plain interpreter. And the profession is going to get more complicated. I don't know if the title interpreter is going to be the most adequate one. I don't know, because I also think that we're going to do plenty of things apart from interpreting. But I think that not every interpreter is going to be a consultant, that there is going to be well, a scale, a whole system. We're going to have interpreters who are going to provide advice for others. If we take, for instance, into consideration languages of lesser diffusion, we're going to have interpreters who perhaps haven't followed higher education, but we also need them for certain assignments. So perhaps they are going to follow instructions and guidelines and supervision from other senior interpreters.
That's a very good point, especially in the field of public service interpreting. The ability to train professionals in the traditional sense is almost impossible if we talk about languages of lesser diffusion, or languages which are not really that common in Europe, like Farsi, for example, where multiple countries are struggling to obtain a sufficient number of public service interpreters. But to conclude, this is, and I'm glad that you agree on the vision that perhaps we shouldn't even call it, interpreting studies anymore. We should talk about intercultural communication or mediators of intercultural communication, as the scope of activities is so broad. And I'm glad that we are brave enough to think about the future of interpreting, not only in the traditional framework of interpreting, but even outside of it, because the era of one profession for life is probably over, and even during an individual's lifetime, you will probably evolve, trying several different angles, or trying several different approaches to intercultural communication, where the main narrative of enabling communication between different languages or between different people will remain, but the methods of implementing it in practice will be different. Becoming a conference interpreter in the traditional setting for some part of your career or some time in your professional life, and then focusing on transcreation or different channels of communicating, even textual messages, or even intersemiotic communication from different angles. So that might be the name or the agenda for training of future professionals in the years to come. So thank you very much for your ideas. We've just finished the allocated time for our roundtable. Unfortunately, we did not have the ability to offer our audience a chance to ask questions, as this was pre-recorded. But I think that the wealth and depth of inspiration and ideas from both of you is quite overwhelming. So there is a lot to process. At least I have some ideas that I'd like to develop now, and then talk with my colleagues about on how to update our training structure at the Comenius University. So thank you for that. I wish you good luck. Less mobile phones in plastic bags, and more aware clients about what the needs and abilities of interpreters are, and what the technical standards of providing our services should be. So thank you very much for your time.
You're very welcome.
Have a pleasant afternoon, and I hope to meet you in person, hopefully someday soon. Thank you.
See you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, so it's here, our conference is over and we would like to wrap it up somehow. So we are very glad that you joined us. It's been a very interesting experience to have this hybrid format of conference, and we learned a lot of new things about how to run things and how to moderate discussions. So I believe that you had fun. I believe that you visited some interesting presentations, some interesting sections, and I would like to thank you all for joining us, for coming. First of all, I would like to thank our distinguished keynote speakers who were marvelous, and I wish you were here because we had the chance to discuss a lot of things after the conference. I would like to thank Jan Pedersen for being fantastic keynote speaker and the presenter. Thank you very much, Jan. I would also like to thank Lawrence Venuti, Susan Basnet, Nadia Grbic for their fantastic presentations and thought-provoking discussions. So thank you very much for this. I would like also to thank my colleagues, fellow organizers from Slovak Academy of Science, Ivana Hostová, Emilia Perez from the Department of Translation Studies in Nitra, and also Pavel Sveda from Comenius University in Bratislava. I would also like to thank all of our colleagues and staff who helped us really. I mean, I would namely like to thank Mariana Bachledova, who you could see during one section or two sections, but she was constantly running around dealing with stuff, so I would like to thank her for that. And also Barbara Vincova, who is not here anymore. She had to leave earlier, but she's been the one behind registration TIC 2020 email, who communicated with you all the time concerning your questions and all details about the conference. So I would like to thank them. Then I would like to thank Maria Kostelnikova from Nitra, who is here. She's been a brilliant interpreter and organizer, helping us with Zoom and also running around. Often she had to work with very short time notice, so I'm very glad she made it and she didn't collapse, so thank you for that. I would also like to thank Matej Martinkovic, who I can't see right now, but he will be somewhere, I guess, in the room still, who also helped us a lot with technical support. So thank you, Matej, for that. And of course, I would like to thank our technicians, who you can't see, but they were behind the conference, and they were filming everything and dealing with technology. And I must say that we were not easy a bunch of people to manage, so I would like to thank them for their nerves and their persistence. So thank you very much. This conference would never happen without your support and help. Thank you very much for that. And now I would like to ask our colleagues, of course, this is interpreting conference and translation conference, and I almost forgot to thank our interpreters, guys, you see. So I would like to thank our interpreters who've been here with us for these few days. We had 10 interpreters involved in the whole process. We had interpreters from Banska Bystrica, Nitra, and Bratislava. So we had to join our forces to actually secure fluent interpretation of all sections. So I would like to thank them, and most of them were students of interpreting. So they had a really great chance to test what they learned at school live, basically. So we will talk about that with them later during our seminars. So we will see what they actually learned and what are the lessons for them. And now I would like to ask our colleagues to tell us a couple of words and maybe announce the topic of the next TIC conference, which is going to take place in Bratislava. But we will come back to that later on. So I would like now to ask Ivana to tell us a couple of words about maybe some suggestions and impressions.
Thank you for the word. I was, first of all, I was very happy to have at least this hybrid form of conference, to see some people in person, but it was also great that the whole concept did not have to be dropped because of the pandemic, and thanks to technologies, we were able to talk to a lot of inspiring people, and for me it was a great 3 days. Wonderful. And I would like to thank all the speakers, all the audience as well. That is also important.
I think that the marvelous organization and the excellent philosophical and physical backing of the conference is mainly guaranteed by Martin here, who is the conditio sine qua non of not only this conference, but the general thinking about translation studies and interpreting studies in Slovakia. So it's a major respect and admiration for his incredible effort. So that had to be mentioned, and I needed to say that. Without perhaps taking too much of your time, I'd like to highlight our thinking, or perhaps give you an indication of our thinking with regards to the upcoming TIC3 that should take place in 2023 in September. It will be held in Bratislava, probably in the vicinity of the Comenius University. We have been contemplating a theme of a generational view on translation studies. Specifically, we would like to focus the theme of the conference on how the digital natives have been transformed by translation and interpreting as a process and as a product, but also to the degree to which the digital natives or netizens have themselves transformed thinking about translation studies and interpreting studies. So this should be the main theme of the conference, and we will be announcing the official list and the invitation early next year. So you can wait for the information on our website. And there are perhaps a few practical comments with respect to the publishing outputs from this conference. Sticking to the tradition from the previous conference, we have decided to publish or to collect papers in one monograph that's going to be focused on the concept of rehumanizing translation and interpreting studies. We will be contacting the individual authors and inviting them to contribute to this monograph. We hope that as we have succeeded with the previous conference, and we had monographs published by Routledge and by Lang publishing houses, we will also attempt to have a similar caliber of a publishing house for the upcoming monograph. And we also have a dedicated issue of the current content listed journal World Literature Studies, which should be published early 2023. So, and the content of this issue will be filled in by contributions stemming from this conference.
Thank you very much. Maybe Emilia, you would like to add a couple of words?
Well, thank you very much. I think everything important was said. And also, I wanted to say the same, that it's many people who were involved in organizing this conference, but the very soul sits here and probably is very exhausted. But thank you for everything you've done, Martin, because organizing a hybrid conference is an amazing adventure, but it's also very demanding. But probably we all feel this is what is going to happen in future, because it also opened many new possibilities. And a lot of that was also possible thanks to our sponsors we would like to mention, and also because of the support, and thanks to the support of European Commission. I'm really excited about this conference. I'm very much looking forward to the next one, because I think it's just amazing that you create a tradition of something with your friends, and that's what is happening. So I'm very happy, and I'm really looking forward to the Bratislava translation, interpreting and culture. And I also want to thank everyone who was following us and who helped us in every possible way, because there were many, many people from Slovakia, but also many of our colleagues from Europe involved. So I really want to thank everyone for that.
Thank you very much, and maybe just a few statistical, few statistical numbers. I would just like to tell you that we had 230 people registered who visited us over those days. Of course, not all of them were present at all times, but usually we had about 100 participants per day in various sections following us online and on Zoom. And thank you very much for your discussions. All videos will be officially published on YouTube and on our conference webpage. So if you didn't make it or you missed something you really wanted to see, you will have a chance to go for it at our conference website. So I would like to thank to all of you who came to visit us from all around the world. I don't think actually this would be possible without having a hybrid conference. So we had people like from China, United States, people from Canada, Germany, Finland, Sweden. Really, like, we were visited by scholars, renowned scholars from all over the world. Let us not forget Italy as well, and Spain. So I'm very thankful for their visit. I would like to thank you for being with us, and hope to see you again in 2023 in Bratislava. So thank you very much. Goodbye.